The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. standing proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Happy 2026. The world is ours. Church of the West. Featured stories today. Venezuela got bitch slapped. Steve Laws and Andrew Gold's interview review. Called a racist response, a review. Also talk about this, what's her name? Kanshi Kitty, German streamer. And the Go Free lesson of the day will consist of the you've just been called a racist. Now what video that is doing tremendously well and is tremendously stupid. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. My girlfriend and I had been fighting pretty badly before our 2026 New Year's party. I had won the argument and she was furious. So she decided she was going to get revenge after all of our guests had arrived. Our living room was full. Her 3 girlfriends were there, and so was her sister and her mother, and even her brother Kenny was there. She then announced to the whole room that I was terrible in the sack. I was mortified. But you should have seen her face when everybody disagreed. Yes, it's 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And yeah, I mean, she had quite a surprise, didn't she? My mother and brother even? We're going free, ladies and gentlemen. This is Church of the West. It is 2026. The world is ours. And so many champions have shown up here today. Happy New Year, if I didn't get a chance to say that to you as we approached the new year. It's great to see all of you. While we are here today together, I would like you to tag me as the @ no white guilt with no spaces on any of the numerous platforms that we are up and running. You can also financially gift yours truly on Entropy Dude Bro Moment platform, up and running. You can tag me there. You can tag me over on YouTube, which is up and running as well. Make sure you switch it to live chat. Switch off of top chat. Over here on Premium Rumble, you can financially gift me and you can tag me over there. Great to see all the champions have shown up. Western kind 007, Dallas Malloy, Bonus, are all over there. Great to see you all. You can also financially gift on D Live and tag me there as well as No White Guilt. Odyssey, you can tag me as @ No White Guilt. The live chat here on X, you can tag me as No White Guilt. We got Gene already over there. He's ready to party, ladies and gentlemen. Way to go, brother. You are number one. Great to see you over there. You can financially gift on the app that permits cash. You can financially gift on Subscribestar. You can find all of these links at nowhiteguilt.org, and you better be following me in numerous places, including Telegram. The link for the Telegram in the description on the No White Guilt alerts on nowhiteguilt.org. Follow me at the No White Guilt alerts on Telegram. I am the number one most shadow banned man on planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. There's no denying that reality, that I can tell you. You can also financially donate to a 501c3, the premier institution in service to white well-being, the foundation for whitewellbeing.org. Check it out. Please become a part of this effort to arrest the victimization of Western kind in real and tangible and workable and practical ways. Please become a part of that. Looking forward to it. You'll find a bunch of other links on the description on YouTube, as well as nowhiteguilt.org. You'll find the collectibles, the nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com over there as well. So many other wonderful things. The clips that people make, the memes that people make, the music that we make here, 99.9% of created right here in the house, ladies and gentlemen. It is the beginning not only of the month for us here in Church of the West, but the beginning of 2026 and the beginning of the downhill of this decade, wherein we lay the foundations for the recapture of our destiny like true men and women of the West. Anti-Vilification League is here. Good to see you, good brother. So is Seamus McCarthy, Prometheum Hails, and happy white well-being a new year. Anti-Vilification League saying hello. And Capricious, good morning. Hey, Copernicus, good morning. Well, hello, brother. Good to see you. So just make sure, folks, if you're going to reach out to me, speak to me, that you tag me as the @ symbol, no white guilt, with no spaces, and folks will help you out if you're having a problem there. I want to thank everybody for coming over to Church of the West to come together with your hierarch, so we can dip into our hieratic writings in service to white well-being. It's the only Church of the West, the only place on planet Earth having victories, the only place where we share heuristics with you in the form of concepts and arguments that you could take into your world, transforming your own thinking, becoming a better you, and transforming the environments that you are in. I see Yiz and Brent with us over here. So is Cindy Ben. Great to see you. Tree Godfather, you didn't post the YouTube on your X. Well, it should be there. I did post it. I guess that's speaking to the, let me post it again. Is it playing live stream over there? Let me go ahead. We'll repost over here and make sure that it is up and running there as well. Let's do that. Let's do that right now. Thank you for pointing it out. Part of the shadow banning, according to Grok, the severest shadow banning. There we go. Should be up. We'll try it. Second time will be a charm. Positive energy. Your point on the Somalian original sin was brilliant. Thank you so much, positive energy. Thieving of our hard work and ingenuity is the first theft. And exactly. Thank God you got to see it. You better click the bell, the notify, even though I've been informed by the AI that even clicking that, you still might not see my posts on X. Sorry to say. Tree Godfather, let me know if it showed up this time. Thank you so much. Masumik is here. Sean is here. Mr. Worldwide is here. Is the stream running at all over there on X? Are they really messing with it? It does appear to be running. I see it. Okay, very good. Yes. Yes, please share that stream over there. Share that tweet on your account on X. We'll hope that it reaches people. Share the live stream itself as well. Both of those, I would deeply appreciate it. It's an epic swashing to bring people in here to service to white well-being. And we're going to be getting into, we got quite a few things. We got Steve Laws, a known figure over there running for office in the UK, our once great United Kingdom. We'll make it great again. And he was interviewed by Andrew Gold, somebody who would never talk to yours truly because he would have a much more difficult conversation about the well-being of white people with yours truly. But we're going to take a look at least a little bit of that. I think we'll break it up as well so we can keep things rolling here. Of course, we got the war. It really wasn't much of a war, was it? But nevertheless, we got a war of some type with Venezuela. I've been praying for it. And it finally came to pass. So thank you so very much. Oh, it is there now. Thank you, good brother. Thank you for letting me know. Cool, Papa J. Magic is in the house. John is here. Great to see the heroes. Julia, Western Con 007. This is the only church where I truly feel the presence of the Spirit. Amen to that. Amen to that. You know how much truth there is to that? Because the Spirit of the West is inside of each and every one of us. So when we speak to the Spirit of the West in this church, it's speaking literally from inside of you. Glorious thing to point out. I think we'll break up our review of at least a little bit of this conversation. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I did get a chance to turn it on, and I saw that Steve is dressed in a way that I would not have dressed in this interaction, but nevertheless, we'll get into that. We'll get into our perspicacious comments. We got our quick news and laughs, and we have a couple different articles, a few articles about this action in Venezuela and what's going to be taking here moving forward. And we need to know how to talk about it. Follow the Godfather's lead. Share the stream, he says. Sean is with us. Great to see you. Great to see you all. Who else has shown up? Raymond of Foster down under. Good to see you, brother. Wonderful to have you here today. The Dean of Dangers, of the deepest of dangers, Brent Danger. Dr. Frost is here. Good to see you. Anti-Vilification League over in this chat as well. Kingdom of Inland is here. Wonderful to see you. When I'm looking off to my right, your left, it is at one of the monitors holding the, at least when I'm this far, because when I'm that far, it's a different monitor. But this one holding the live chat here on YouTube. Great to see everybody here. Nameless One is in the house. I think Nameless One might have been number one in the live chat on YouTube. Let us go ahead and get started. Get this party rolling. Andrew Gold is the guy you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'll blow myself up because I think you'd probably rather look at me. And then you'll be seeing Steve Laws in just a moment. Andrew, as you might imagine, is a Jewish fellow who lives in the United Kingdom. And he and his family have been there for some time, apparently. I am told. Just making sure this is working. Yes, it is. Okay, very good. Give the gathering a like if you haven't done so yet. Who is this? Is that Luck? L-U-C? Is that what it is? Good to see you and welcome. Let's get into the conversation. Steve, of course, stands up for, advocates for, champions our people, specifically an ethnicity of our people, I believe, and I'm open to being corrected. I don't know him very well or know of him very well. And that, of course, would be the English variety of white people. And we here see that we are all varieties of our ethnicities, a single people, many ethnicities, many countries, many more ethnicities. So let's begin the conversation. Andrew Gold.
Steve Laws, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on, buddy. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome to be here. It's good to
let me know if you can hear that okay.
Have this conversation. And let's start with, I suppose...
I got to start with, Andrew looks a little uncomfortable. Let's watch that again.
Be here. It's good to have this conversation.
On, buddy. I appreciate it.
I want to know what you actually think. Steve Laws, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me on, buddy. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome to be here. It's good to have this conversation. And
okay, he's a little nervous. Andrew is. I don't know how long he's been doing this. Maybe he's a pro. Maybe he's just nervous about having Steve present. Maybe he's nervous about the content of what this conversation is going to hold. Don't know, but he's definitely a little bit nervous. I could tell you that.
And, let's start with, I suppose, who are you? You were recently on
Justin, thank you for that. Cool, thank you. Brent Danger, thank you for that. Is Biosphere of the West here? Hello, brother, if I missed you.
Liam Tuff's podcast, good friend of mine, where you had this debate, which we'll sort of get into those things. And on it, he said, are you a racist? And you said you don't shy away from that term. So can we just start with, are you a racist?
If you want to call me...
What an interesting question to begin. Are you a racist? And I didn't even know that was going to be the first question. And we have, just as a coincidence, this video that somebody produced we'll be looking at a little bit later about what do you do if somebody calls you a racist? So Andrew Gold is very first question is, are you a racist? I want to watch Steve's reaction as well as what he says. Let's back it up here. You can see there's quite a little bit of money involved in Andrew Gold's operation. I'm not surprised at all, but look at that studio. Here I am. I'm in like this little tiny office with you all. We made it work. It's glorious, though. Champions have stepped forward to make it very entertaining to be with me here in the office during Church of the West. But look at this. He's got this beautiful table and lighting and very expensive cameras. Let's roll. Let's watch Steve closely when he gets this question.
That term. So can we just start with, are you a racist?
If you want to call me a racist, it really doesn't bother me in the slightest. My priority is putting my people first, if that makes me...
All right. Wrong answer. If you want to call me what all of my brothers and sisters have been taught, throughout the course of the totality of their lives in countless iterations in entertainment media, which their subconscious minds believe is reality, the same mind that lives 95+% of our lives, that says to them that I'm a monster, that I'm wicked, that I victimize children, that I want to harm all non-white people. I want to just divest them, and it doesn't matter how innocent they are, they're all going to be harmed. And that I think there is this hierarchy of races, and you all are at the bottom, and then there is this white group at the very top, and so you're somehow less than human on this hierarchy, on and on. And not only that, but the more important interpretive mandates, if you're using the practice, you'll understand what that means. You should tell people about the practice, because the interpretive mandates associated with each of these mean pathogenic ideas are far more important than just the idea itself. So he's evil. You learned that to be a racist is to be evil over the course of your life. What's more important than that? The interpretive mandate that tells the audience how they are supposed to feel about you by way of telling them what everyone feels about you. Now, this is the social pressure. It's a massive power on the human animal. And talk about a leverage bar about 50 feet long. You got this crowbar 50 feet to do whatever you want with it. Not only that, it's telling you that the person who is a racist is ugly, is unintelligent, is ill-dressed. Kind of true for Steve here. Maybe it's his thing, but kind of true that they are full of this animus and this anger and this desire to hurt other people. And you see that the people who oppose the racist are all handsome, they're moral, they're good, they get what they want in life, they get the job they want, they get the friends they want, they get the sexual partners they want, all the way down the line. All of that floods into the human animal's mind. They immediately are thinking this. So if you want to call me that, it doesn't bother me in the least bit at all. Is that the right answer? No, that's not the right answer. Of course, the right answer is to go on the offensive, to say that it's anti-white, to use an anti-white slur. Andrew, are you anti-white? Why would you use this anti-white slur? Only anti-whites talk like this. This is a weaponized concept to deny white people white well-being. And this is the angle that Steve should have taken. Maybe he'll take in the future. But this is a common tactic used by the anti-whites, and they have been successful for many generations using it, and white people have been failing for many generations on defending against it until I came along and we all came together here and we were teaching folks exactly. So very important point here at the very beginning of this conversation between Andrew and Steve blew it. This has colored him for the rest of whatever takes place in this conversation now. It has colored him with the halo effect of all of the evil that white people have learned about those who are called racist. Let's continue.
Me racist, and so be it. I wear it proudly. That's my position.
He said, I wear it proudly? That can't be right.
Is putting my people first. If you want to call me a racist, it really doesn't bother me in the slightest. My priority is putting my people first. If that makes me racist, and so be it. I wear it proudly.
Oh my God.
Proudly.
He did say it. I thought he was going to say he puts his love for his people first and he wears that proudly. No, he wears the villain of the anti-white narrative proudly. Talk about digging yourself in a hole you're never going to be able to get out of. Imagine this in any other scenario: selling cars, selling timeshares, selling insurance, selling gym memberships, selling on and on. Talk about this time of year with the gym memberships. Everybody's showing up. I just want to get a workout. And everybody and their mom is showing up at the gym right now, can barely get a workout in. But Andrew won the conversation. It's over. We could stop watching right here. Andrew won. I can't even imagine how bad Andrew would have to perform from here forward to lose to Steve in this conversation.
That's my position. I wouldn't go around and say, hi, Andrew, I'm Steve the racist. That's not how I'd introduce myself. I would just say, I put my people first. I'm a nationalist. and I love my people, and I want to protect their future. So if that makes me racist, so be it. I wear it proudly.
Jesus, he reiterated it. He doubled down. He wears proudly. You cannot ignore what people have been taught over the course of their lives in lived experience by way of entertainment. You cannot ignore that. You have to account for it, or you're not going to be able to persuade them to come over to the well-being of our people. Poor Steve.
In that sense, you're probably the most prominent racist in the country, the biggest racist in the UK.
Well, nationalist is the term I would use. I wouldn't introduce myself as racist, but
So he's absolutely just submitted himself to the anti-white narrative, which means, and Andrew, what Andrew just said there, you're the biggest racist in the country. Now he's just toying with him.
yes, I would argue that probably one of the largest nationalist accounts in the UK, not civic nationalist, but real nationalist.
Okay, so that's something that we'll have to explain, because
By the way, this is the kind of thing that Steve could learn. He could learn that this is death to his argument, and he could change his ways. I hope he does.
a lot of the audience will know what all of that means, but a lot won't be in with, you know, the ins and outs. There's kind of a civil war almost on the right. I don't even know if it's a civil war going on between, what is it? You can explain civil nationalism and ethno-nationalism. What are these terms?
So ethno-nationalism is nationalism. There is only one form of nationalism. Civic nationalism is some absurd mixed direction that's been taken away. It's realistically, civic nationalists are liberals that do not like Islam. And that's pretty much their position. A lot of civic nationalists think that anyone can be British. They think that you come over, you're born here, you're British. That's their position.
This is too many words to just say that civic nationalists ignore race. Civic nationalists ignore that a biospirit is relevant at all. Civic nationalists believe that human beings are fungible and China could create Britain as long as they had the ideas. So that's really the angle he should have went with that in that response. Gladiator is here. You keep pushing on me, and I had the same issue replaying today's space. Oh, pausing. Oh, you're pausing on me. I have no interruption here one day of peace, and then the errors, digital media. I wouldn't be surprised if it was glitch banning. I apologize. There's nothing we can do. You have to muddle through it the best you can.
And they think that's okay. Whereas a nationalist, my position is that England belongs to the English. This is our land, and we should protect our future. Our people are on the verge of becoming a demographic minority in our own homeland. That's
okay. He's not paying attention to the reality that effectively that's circular reasoning that he's using. His audience needs to know what and who the English are. And so I'm guessing now Andrew is going to press him on what is English, because he didn't speak to it.
It's unacceptable, and my line is total remigration.
So civic, I suppose, is about the country. That's what it means. It's like it's a nationalism that just is and of itself. It's just nationalism. And then
so now he's defining it for him. Would have been better had he taken the proper tact.
You're saying it's just nationalism, but then those who are like me would say yours is ethno-nationalism because it is dependent on one's ethnicity.
But that is nationalism. It's based on a nation state which is built upon ethnicities. So on that side, yes, basically to simplify, the civic nationalist approach is about values, whereas ours is about ethnicity and people and our blood.
All right.
And our people.
What is an ethnicity?
Whereas ours is about ethnicity and people and our blood and our people.
What is an ethnicity exactly? It's not quite a...
Oh boy. Yeah, this is exactly where you break these things down to ethnicities like this. This is the angle that anti-whites can take. Now, I don't know anything about this Andrew Gold guy. I don't know if he's like really vicious as hell and he's setting Steve up for some sort of filleting here in a moment, or if he's more of a laid back kind of a guy. That knowledge would be helpful before having a conversation with him. But nevertheless, we can still plow ahead. John says a core tactic of anti-white rhetoric is the strategic weaponization of altruism to guilt, manipulate, and demoralize white people. Precisely, that's why no white guilt is the most revolutionary thing that you can say in our era. JB says Steve's a little over his head, but I still support him.
Race or a culture, is it?
No, it's sort of in between. So an ethnic group are a distinct group of people that have been formed over a various amount of time. So the English are a distinct ethnic group, the Scottish are a distinct ethnic group, the Welsh are a distinct ethnic group, and so forth. And these people are the owners of this land. We've created this land. Our people have built this country. They've put blood and soil into this. And the future of our people is England. And without England, without the English, there is no England. So
he just used the phrase blood and soil. Probably not advisable. It's within the anti-white narrative, and our population, where they've heard blood and soil, it's never been in a good context.
Ultimately, the ethnic groups have the ultimate hierarchy on the country. So England, the English are white people, but we are English by ethnicity. So not all white people are English, but all English people are white.
Not all white people are English, but all English people are white. Okay, I see what you're saying. Of English ethnicity.
Was that a challenge? He's like, let me ponder. White people are, I mean, this is a kind of a simple, but let's plow ahead.
Then, how do we boil that down? What do you do with kind of Saxons, Anglo-Saxons, Celts?
Oh, here we go. Yes, exactly. Here comes the deconstruction. This anti-white bullshit. So what is he, by the way? Can somebody tell me, is he a anti-white leftist? Is he as anti-white on the right? Is he, where does he position himself? The great Ivan the Huggable has reposted the stream. Somebody fill me in. Robert is with us, and Robert also reposted the stream. Outstanding white well-being advocates. Great to see you, brother. Anti-Vilification League reposted the stream. Make sure you're reposting. I mean, it's crazy. We have to we have to be the algorithm. We have to push. No one is ever going to hear about us and the work we're doing if it's left to the algorithm of X, or obviously Facebook, Instagram, even Gab, on and on. No one's going to ever hear about it if it's not for us. So it's a major part of the swashing. Let us continue. Andrew is center left. Or I guess he claims to be a central left. Brant, somebody fill me in. That's what she said. All right. So he claims to be center left, and he's obviously operating already, I get the vibe, in a very anti-white way. I sense deconstruction coming. Let's see.
All of those kinds of things.
So this is an argument that leftists would always, and civic nationalists would always present to you, and they'll say, well, what about this small admixture of, let's have a look at the world map. This is the world map. This tiny little circle in the middle is where our people were formed from the Germanic sphere. And we built this land over 1,000 years. Nobody would say that the Maori are not indigenous to New Zealand, but everyone would say that the English are not indigenous to England, even though we've been in this land longer.
I would say the English are indigenous to England.
But overall, from a leftist argument, that's what they would say.
The left would say that.
Yeah.
So I think that's where civic nationalists like me would have some sympathy with. It's not.
Right, he just said civic nationalists like him. So he's a civic nationalist. And of course, anti-whiteism is on the left. It's on the right. It's in the civic nationalists. It's all over the place. It's just a matter of degrees and particular topics. But maybe he's really not going to go that. I don't know. We'll see if he's going to go the deconstruction route. Effectively, what it is, the deconstruction. Well, let's see if he does it.
Just about Islam. I think there's some sympathy with this idea of like, hey, come on, there's no magic soil. The people who built this incredible culture, which we've got here, the best culture in the world that we've built, were built by a bunch of people of similar ethnicities, right? But it is true that they are multiple ethnicities, right? English.
All right, he's heading that. He's like leaning. He's like leaning I'm going to deconstruct your existence direction. John says Andrew Gold is a civic nationalist, center right, with anti-Islamic from a Jewish perspective. Not a surprise, right? That it's going to be anti-Islamic from the Jewish perspective. Well, let's proceed.
We are talking about several things. And with Scottish, it's like the Scots and the Celts and the Vikings and stuff.
We are a distinct ethnic group that has been built up over time. So over 1,000 years, these distinct groups that have formed together to create the ethnogenesis of the English.
Okay, so is this conversation productive for white well-being? No. Steve has to reframe the conversation, every question, to come back to the well-being of Western kind and its injury on the basis of our birth, period. Now we're having an academic discussion but with two people, neither one of which is, as I understand, an academic. We're having this academic discussion. What exactly is an ethnicity? Where are the lines to ethnicities? This is a non-productive conversation for white well-being.
That's who we are as a people. So to deny that and say we're various ethnic groups is ridiculous. Of course, we're different, distinct from the Scottish, or we're distinct from the Welsh and the Irish and so forth, but we're also very similar.
Okay, so this is the, Aziz Spud is here, good to see you. This is the tactic where they take, and I wish I could remember the professors and the guy who came up with it. It was an anti-white guy. Maybe his name will come back to me. It's been a while, but he came up with the meme pathogenic set of arguments to deconstruct the existence of white people. That's what it was. And anti-whites, they love to apply this deconstruction tactic. So you end up having this conversation about and dispute about whether or not, when it comes right down to it, whether or not your people even exist. We'll see how far Andrew takes us, but it is wildly anti-white to use that tactic on anybody. But as far as we're concerned, it's anti-white when it's used on us. Julia says, good evening, stream shared in Truth Social groups. Awesome. Total of over 1.8 million members. Well done. Epic swashing.
Because we have a lot of shared history. But to say that we're not a distinct ethnic group is completely denying who the English are. And that's unacceptable.
But it's a distinct ethnic group made up of several ethnicities.
Yes, and that's how ethnic groups are formed over time.
And they came together and did well. So it's not inconceivable. There are.
Oh, my God. Holy shit. I'm losing my mind. I'm going to come out of my seat. I want to become spirit and possess Steve in this moment, back in time. So the next argument's going to be by Andrew. Well, then, conceivably, you could bring anybody in. You don't actually even need the white people here. You could bring anybody in, and England, the UK could do just as well. Absolutely not. And I don't know where Steve is going to go. If Steve is focused on ethno-nationalism, it's a non-starter. It was already defeated by anti-whiteism. It can never succeed because anti-whiteism knows exactly how to defeat it. So it can't work. But if Steve goes the direction of this is bio-spiritual, we could bring in white people from another land, and they have England inside of them as well. They could reproduce England, but no, you couldn't bring Jews in here and reproduce England. Jews could contribute to England, and in some cases, wonderfully. In some cases, we love it, and we love them. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you for being a part of the country. You could have the same with Chinese. You could have the same with anybody. But none of these people could make the Western civilization that is the United Kingdom. So no, not conceivably, anybody could possess the ideas, and they could come together. I mean, you take his argument to its logical conclusion. Well, you could take blacks, and you could take the Maori, and you could take some Vietnamese, and take those three groups and give them the ideas of Western civilization, and they could produce the United Kingdom, maybe even better, at least as good. They've got the same ideas. Tabula rasa. There's no difference between the one human animal or person or race to the next, except, of course, when you get right down to the brass tacks. And I'm sure when it comes to Andrew, you're talking about Jews, because I'm sure Andrew isn't convinced that if you take Jewish ideas and you give them to Nigerians, that they could produce the exact same Jewish people and culture and etc. I'm sure he would not be of that opinion. But I don't know. Maybe he would probably, if he was on stream, he would probably say it for convenience. Let's see though. Maybe I'm wrong.
Are problems at the moment, but it's not inconceivable that other ethnicities could join this and also then become part of this greater ethnicity that builds something better.
No, they can't.
Okay, technically, this is why you don't have these conversations. Technically, ethnicity is race plus, in our case, for example, the particular hue of Western civilization. That's what ethnicity is. Ethnicity is not, and I don't know if this is a civic nationalist position. I've never heard it articulated like this before. We defeated the civic nationalists years ago and ran them off in the debates that we had with them years ago. But I never recall them saying that a multiracial environment is a single ethnicity because they hold the same or ostensibly the same opinions. Nah.
Built our people as who we are now. We don't want England to form into another, we don't need English to form into another ethnic group that's mixed in with some Bangladeshis and some Indians or some.
So Steve has just accepted Andrew's argument that an ethnic group could be multiracial.
Africans or whatever it may be, because then that's not the English.
Yeah, but that's what the Anglo-Saxons would have said when the Normans came over. We don't want them coming over here.
Exactly. Here's where we go. Bam! Nailed you, motherfucker. I nailed you, Andrew. I nailed you to the fucking wall, buddy. You're an anti-white. You're behaving in an anti-white way. This is anti-whiteism. Deconstructing the existence of, in this case, the English. They don't really exist. So it's exactly what I thought. Cool Papa J Magic says, yeah, it's a real mystery. People like Andrew don't interview you or others from our group. We'd wipe the floor with them. Yes. Yes. See, there's no reason Andrew would never have me on. I'm not going to be an easy interlocutor for his anti-white positions. So he's not going to be able to just run roughshod over me. I'm not going to go in there dressed like I'm going to one of my manual labor jobs I've had over the years. And he wouldn't have me on because I don't have the sub count that would benefit him. And I never will, because I am the most deboosted, the most shadow banned man on planet Earth. That should probably be a meme.
It actually went pretty well in the end.
Yeah, and this is over 1,000 years ago.
So you brought white people together. This is the argument that Andrew's making. You brought a bunch of white people together, and each group had a slightly different hue of Western civilization. And look, it went pretty well. We got the United Kingdom out of this mixture of white peoples. And so therefore, ergo, you can bring any racial group from planet Earth. Just bring them in, mix them into the witch's cauldron, and it's going to go pretty good. Except all of the evidence is against that. Except all of the evidence of all of human recorded history is against that. Except who really gives a shit what you think? Because I don't want to turn over my Western civilization, my norms, my neighborhoods, my work to people from other lands. Andrew.
And these times are very different to what they are now. Those were invaders. They were not welcomed in to actually replace your people and let them sit back and watch it happen and actually pay for the privilege of it as well.
Well, they assimilated and they mixed and then they created this amazing.
You can assimilate a single race. Other races can imitate
culture over. There were also back then from 1066 there were Jews as well. So we had Normans, Jews.
But Jews were also expelled from the UK.
Okay, so here you have, and this is why, another one of the reasons why I am so fucking glorious. You don't have this conversation. Jews have been in the UK for freaking ever. They've been in Germany for freaking ever. They've been in Italy forever. This is why you don't have heritage Americans. Heritage Americans includes Jews. Heritage English includes Jews. This is why this is so, these notions are so brain dead. So what? Okay, you and your family have been here since 1066 or whatever it is. I don't deserve to be victimized. I and my people don't deserve to be victimized because of it on the basis of our birth. So what?
Okay, as well.
Yeah, and then brought back in.
Yeah.
So Steve says, well, you were kicked out. And then Andrew says, yeah, and brought back in. Artificer is here. Meadow Fine says, how come you aren't doing interviews like this? How do we get you on Piers Morgan? Well, it's not going to happen, regrettably. Never going to happen. I'm too powerful an opponent, and I don't have a subscriber count and never will that will get their attention. Most shadow banned man on the planet. We just obviously have to go about this a different way. I mean, just imagine. This is why I'm not on Andrew. What I'm saying right now, how would Andrew handle that? Andrew and his producers and everybody else he works with, they would watch video of me and they would say, oh shit, we don't really know what to say in response to that. It's going to be cumbersome. And then what if this no white guilt guy thinks of something else that we didn't prepare for in the middle of that conversation? Then our man Andrew looks bad. And what would be the benefit of that? Same with Pierce.
But they've still,
Unfortunately.
right, I see. Several hundred years ago, I think Jews have contributed quite well to this country.
How would you say so?
Well, I think they're sort of 30% of Nobel Prize winners. So they're pretty good in technology. Einstein.
So that's the first thing. Why ask him for their contributions? How is that going to work out? What if he knows all their contributions? What if he starts rattling them off? Now your case looks weaker. This goes to a deeper point of argumentation where you don't want to direct your interlocutor to a line of thinking that they're comfortable with and resourced. They have the information when that material can benefit them in their argument. And that's what he just did. Andrew says they've contributed greatly to the UK. Steve should say, I agree. And we're very grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our house, and we're so happy that you contributed. And when you're patriotic, we love it. Thank you so much. Instead of, well, tell me how to count the ways that you all are so amazing. What's this say? Estimated that 22% of Nobel Prize winners were Jewish. Is that actually correcting Andrew on his own show? Because didn't Andrew just say 30? Okay, so who cares? Awesome. I'm glad. And who's selecting the Nobel Prize winners? But great, I'm glad. That's fantastic. If you're in my country and you produce wonderful things for my country and our people and benefits all of us, that's splendid. I will celebrate. I'll pat you on the back.
Fine. It's pretty good.
So does that mean that because some of these people have done some great achievements that all of their people can stay here?
Well, I think they've actually been responsible for an overwhelming amount of the number of the achievements.
I would argue that your achievements are irrelevant because our people come first. It doesn't matter even if...
You see how now it's really awkward. He's accepted that Jews are a part of our people. Yeah, this goes to deeper. Number one, I got to speak to, hold on, let me just see what Brand says. Your problematic biospirit is here. Good to see you. Problematic biospirit says it won't happen because Jason won't cooperate enough to get on Jake Shields. Jake Shields would never have me. Cooperate? What do you mean by that? Part of the failure of Laws is directly a result of his interaction with Mark Hollett and Mark's refusal to adopt the white well-being vocabulary and argumentation. Well said, Brant. Ay says he is that constantly kissing kissing gifts off left versus right. Worked for the BBC writer for Unheard, Vice, HuffPost, Jewish News, and the BBC. Constantine. John says, Haim Salam. Solomon was a Jewish Polish-born American merchant, best known for his actions during the American Revolution, where he was one of the prime financiers to the Continental Congress. So many thanks to that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Our purpose is not to devalue any other group of human beings, least of which another group of human beings, another tribe, another people who contribute to our countries. Our objective is to arrest our victimization, to end anti-whiteism. Joel Webbin just started a new media company, and it seems like he may interview you, although I admit I don't know a ton about him. I just started watching a few months ago, says JB. Now, I don't think I recognize who that is or even heard of him. Problematic biosphere. Well, if you have a contact with them, let them reach out. Have them reach out and invite me. JB says Jason could do better than Jake Shields. All right, let's so he has accepted, Steve has here accepted that Jews are a long-standing part of the people group that is the English, and now is negating their contributions. That's how the public, that's how the viewing audience, your average white person that you have to reach, is going to be reading that interaction right there. And then try to work it back into that we, the English, deserve our own land. We, the English. No, you're not weighing it against Jewish participation or contribution. You don't weigh those things. You don't set them up juxtaposition.
If our people struggle and we're the worst people in the world, we are still a distinct group of people that deserves our own homeland. Jewish people have, despite the controversy around it, have their own homeland to return to. There is nowhere else for my people to go to. This is our final battleground. You guys have somewhere else to go. We do not.
Is that what you would send me, Israel?
Yeah.
What if Israel didn't want me?
They would take you. You've got Jewish ethnicity.
What if I don't want to go to Israel?
Why? 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 Why would you be planning something that is going to be extremely objectionable to so many of our brothers and sisters that we need to reach when you have zero ability to carry that out? If you were the prime minister tomorrow and king of the UK, you wouldn't be able to carry it out because you have a population that lives within the anti-white narrative. It's completely impossible. So why articulate a position that's going to turn off every good and normal white person that you need to reach? I'm going to throw you all out. That's what I would do if I were in charge. Okay. Well, you're never going to be in charge. And it's also a fallacy.
That's not really your choice, unfortunately, buddy. If I'm in a position of power where I can control the immigration situation in the country, it's not a choice for you. Unfortunately, you may not like the outcome, but that's what I would do. Yes.
And look, I think this has to be a plan.
So think about how white people are going to, just at hearing this, your average white person, how they're going to receive this. All right, well, I've just accepted, and Steve has accepted, that Jews are a part of England, that they've contributed greatly. They've been here since 1066. And instead of appreciating the time that they've been here with us and all of their contributions to England, they're all going to be summarily innocent and anti-white alike. They're all summarily going to be packed up and moved out, shipped out of the country. Now, and typically in these kind of conversations over the years, what I've heard is this is followed up with, instead of some sensible conversation or sensible thinking about how this is impossible, we should really drop this idea, we should drop this argument, we can't carry these things out. It's not even possible, even if these people were suddenly in charge, even if Steve were suddenly in charge of the UK, wouldn't be possible. So not possible. So what ends up happening instead of something sensible is whether or not these historical citations, have populations ever been moved? Talk about putting the cart before the horse. It's putting the cart before the horse before carts were ever built, maybe even before wheels were built.
Place where people can say what they want to say. I mean, that's the whole point of Heretics. It's the whole point of YouTube. It's the whole point of all of this. Conversations that are not being had on TV. So, fair play to you for saying it. I don't want to go. I don't speak Hebrew. I don't know that culture.
Yeah, exactly. And so more and more white people, and what are our brothers and sisters doing? They are transmitting themselves into this guy's body, and they're thinking, sympathizing with him and what that would be like to be forced to pick up your entire life, generational existence in the UK, and be shipped off to a land where you don't know their culture, you don't speak their language, and they're going to be saying, absolutely not. They're going to be feeling, by way of the mirror neurons in their brains, they're going to be feeling what it would be like to be one of these innocent Jews. Now, what does that do? Well, that immediately lights up all of the history that they've learned about Jews being persecuted by white people. So now the specter comes up in their minds. These ghosts of history come up in their minds that they've learned about Jews being mistreated for nothing. And now they're seeing, well, it looks like it's about to happen again. Steve would ship them all out for nothing. When this guy and his people, a guy's been here generationally, and his people has contributed so much to our country and our people and our way of life. And by the way, they're just going to articulate it like that. They don't know any of the details. What were those Nobel Prizes for? What were the contributions by Jews? They don't know all of that. You got to take these things into consideration. I will, before moving forward, and then we're going to get into quick news. And like I said, we'll do some of this now, and then we'll come back and do a little bit later so we can keep things moving. But this process of deconstructing our identity, it is a tactic that was invented by an anti-white in order to divest us of the elements of our identity. The reality is that, don't want to use the word, but you could say within the body of any people, even you could take all of the English, and by that I mean white people, you could pick them all up, and within the body of that people, you're going to find a lot of variety. And you can do that with any group. You could do that with Jews. Jews are composed of multiple ethnicities. And even within those ethnicities, there is a great variety. Are you following where I'm going with this? That doesn't negate, for any group of people on planet Earth, including white people, the real lived norms that they project into the world instinctually by way of their biospirit, their real norms, the cultural realities. That doesn't negate the cultural realities. It doesn't negate the understanding of their identity as English in this example, or as Jews in his example, or as Cambodians in there. It doesn't negate that these things are real by saying that there's variety in any group of human beings. It is the aspect of variety is universal in the human condition. We then construct identities almost entirely informed by our biospirit as we project it into the world. But we construct these identities. So you can have a particular accent over here, for example, of the English language, and then literally a hamlet over, a little bit of a different accent. And they can be proud of their particular town or their particular part of the island, or the kingdom, or their whatever. It doesn't have to be separated by great distance. It doesn't have to be separated by time. It could be temporal and immediate, and there'll be this variety that does not negate shared social, political experiences, shared identifiers that distinguish them from others. The variety doesn't negate any of that, but the variety is an opportunity for anti-white pieces of shit to deconstruct the people altogether so that they cease to exist. They then go in and say, well, your group of people here is composed of this group and that group and this group and this group, all these different identifiers within this variety, within this people group. And so then you can go even further. You can continue to deconstruct a people. And the argument that parallels the what you call a people is actually this variety. The paralleling argument is that then isn't your peoplehood an idea, a construct? Isn't that all it is? Well, the reality to that argument is, nefariously applied by anti-whites, is that all identity, all things in human existence is a product of the mind. Either we create it, and this holds true for every tribe, every group of humanity. Either we create it or we accept it as a physical reality in the world. It's all a product of our mind. So it's not illegitimate when my people do it, but legitimate when your people do it. Right? So that's the process. You can take deconstruction all the way down, follow the logic, all the way down to individual members of a people group. And so therefore, there is no people group because every individual isn't a clone, genetic and somehow thinking as well clone. Maybe they're all attached with some sort of umbilical cord, some sort of neural linkage, so that when one thinks something, the other one thinks something. That's the standard for peoplehood if you allow an anti-white to deconstruct your identity, which is what he's doing. You don't exist. But you know, they don't do that for Jews. They don't do that for other non-white groups. No, they can be, this is the little trick when you have a peoplehood and you deny an identity and peoplehood to another group. That's what Andrew is doing. That's what anti-whites are doing. They're saying anybody can be a member of your group because everybody is a member of your group. Everyone, anyone who decides it. But not everybody can be a Jew. Not everybody can be a Cambodian or a Nigerian. No, they can come into our countries and they can be English, but they retain their identity as Jewish. So if everybody can be my identity, and my identity is composed of all of these various groups, and so therefore it's not really an identity, it means that I have been denied identity. That's anti-whiteism. That is a vicious, malicious, underhanded anti-whiteism. I have no identity, according to your argument. Anybody can be my identity, but not everybody can be your identity. Your identity is a solid, tangible thing. Everybody is English. Everybody is German. You know, the anti-whites, it's always about an anti-white objective with them and achieving it. So they'll argue contradictory positions. You have here in the United States, they'll say anybody can be an American. Of course, our opinion is that the only real Americans are white people because we produce Western civilization. That's what America was founded by and for. And without a Western character, there is no America. But they'll say anybody can be your people group. Anybody can be a Canadian. Anybody can be an American. Anybody can be an Australian. But you can't be their people groups. So what do they say to somebody like me? If I say if I accept anybody can be an American, anybody can be an American, they just have to adopt the principles, they just have to adopt the opinion. Well, then what am I left with? What do anti-whites tell you? Well, you're left with your heritage from Europe. Oh, really? Because my heritage, predominantly it's all white, all of Europe, and including Eastern Europe and Russia. But primarily, it's German, Scandinavian, and English. But I'm being told by Andrew Gold that there are no English. Anybody can be English. And the Andrew Golds in Germany are saying anybody can be German. And the Andrew Golds in Scandinavia are saying anybody can be Scandinavian. Anybody can be Swedish. Anybody can be on and on. So then I'm denied that as well as a people group, as an identity. No, I can't go back and say, well, then I am German, Scandinavian, English, because those identities mean nothing. Anybody can be them, according to anti-whites across the globe. This is the insidious practice of deconstruction, which they do not do to non-white groups, only the white race. They deconstruct us, and the only defense against this is the Go Free dialogic. Because the moment they begin deconstructing the white race, we can attack. It is an anti-white tactic to deconstruct my group. There is always varieties in every people group, and that does not negate the biospiritual expression of norms, social experiences, the accepted idea by the people group that we are a people group and we are legitimate and different. It doesn't negate any of that, just as it doesn't negate it for you, Andrew, and your fellow Jews. Even though you're composed of various ethnicities and people, and you can even go to Israel and see this. He doesn't even know how to speak Hebrew. So by the deconstruction logic, there is no such thing as a Jew because of all of that variety. You know, by that argument, we could all say that we're Jews. We're all Jews then too. You don't have any identifiable group that anybody else can just claim to be a member of. When you rob an identity from a people, that is one of the most heinous and evil things you can do to a human being, Andrew. That is one of the most evil things. And part of the reason, aside from the psychological trauma that it inflicts on such a people, Andrew, aside from that, it dehumanizes them and enables outside and other groups to victimize them. And isn't that the point, Andrew? Isn't that the point? To gain access to everything that is ours? It's like literally coming up to a homeowner and saying, I have my own house across the street, but your house is mine too. Your house is mine because others have owned your house before you. Your house is mine because before you had that parcel of land, it was a larger piece of land, and other people lived on that land as well. Andrew, your house, your car, your wife, all mine. Your wife banged other dudes before you. I mean, she has this history of banging dudes, Andrew. So it doesn't matter that at some point you shouted out a mazel tov and she became your bride, because That's just a construct. Your marriage is just a construct. So she's mine as well. I'll access her when I like. I'll access your house when I like, Andrew. It's a neat little vicious and psychotic and evil trick that anti-whites play on white people. And that's what Andrew is doing right now. No people. Anybody can be your people. Anybody can be your people. Works out great for you. So therefore, there's no people. Nice trick. Sorry, but I had to go off. That's pissing me off.
Been there a couple of times to visit over the years, as many not Jewish people have as well. But I never really considered myself anything other than English from a young age.
So if you had to choose between your Jewish ethnic group and the English ethnic group, who would you choose?
I don't believe in caring about ethnic groups. I would just choose England as a country. If we were talking about England versus Israel.
Oh, don't ever ask in a conversation something like this. For convenience, he's just going to agree with you, whatever his real opinion is. And now you've just made it easy for him to convince our brothers and sisters of whatever he says for convenience.
Oh, I would choose England every time.
So what about if all of the Jews that was in the UK started defending Israel in the UK? Would you condemn them?
Yeah.
So you're in a distinct group. That still doesn't change my opinion that I would remove you from the country. And it's not personal. In my opinion, it's necessary. And no disrespect, but some of your people are very much responsible for the immigration that comes into our country.
Well,
if you look at the organisations, the institutions, the politicians who they're married to, the leaders of these NGOs.
Oh boy, please stop, Steve. This is terrible. This is absolutely. Here you got a guy who, as a civic nationalist who's anti-Islam, a Jew, he's going to be able to say, I oppose all those Jews. No, well done. Well done positioning him to say, no, I disagree with all the Jews doing that. There are plenty of us Jews who disagree with the Jews doing that. Not only that, but of course, when you get down to investigating, you find that there are lots and lots of white groups. And I'm sure he's going to be bright enough to make that point, that there are a lot of white anti-white groups that are filling the UK with outsiders that need no help from. And if Steve's retort is, well, Jews are paying for it in the background, well, he could then say, where's your evidence for that? And then even if he finds that, well, in this case, Jews are paying this particular white group of people to do this, who's taking the money, Steve? Hey, Steve, who's taking the money? It's not one-sided.
Etc. They're all Jewish.
Yeah.
And that means that these people, I'm not saying all Jews do this, but there is a strong influence in immigration to the UK with connections to the Jewish organisations and Jewish lobbies. And to me, that's very problematic because our people are being demographically replaced and your people are helping that happen.
There are a lot of Jews doing that.
Yeah.
And this is a cause of frustration.
Oh, God. Yep. Just made it look so bad. He looks very reasonable. Maybe he is a reasonable guy. But he just made him, Steve just made him look, just said, come on in. I want you to look really reasonable to all white people. You know, by the way, when it comes to deconstruction of our identity, you know, there's a fascinating aspect of the deconstruction. I want you to pay close attention because when an anti-white, whether it's an Andrew Gold or whatever, are going to deconstruct, let's say in this case, the English, they have to acknowledge that there is such a group in order to deconstruct it. It's a little hidden aspect of the whole anti-white act of deconstruction. Isn't it funny? They have to begin with the starting point that there is a group known as the English. Now I will take it apart and say that it doesn't exist. Do you know how you know that they have to acknowledge that there is a group of people called the English? Because when they do the deconstruction, they don't wander off into other groups, do they? No, they stay in the definable English group. They take the English group. They say there is such a pie. Now I'm going to take all the pieces apart and say it doesn't exist. They don't say there is no group of English people. Now I'll deconstruct it and then somehow end up in Nicaragua. Do they? So on a fundamental level, an anti-white is projecting that an English group does exist because that's the group they've set out to deconstruct. And then during the process of deconstructing the identity, they don't wander afield. They don't wander off of that pie, which means that, once again, there is an English group. If it were true that there was no English group, that it was all of this variety, and that it was just this artificial construct, then when they do the deconstruction, they would end up in other places on the earth. Their variety hunting would land them other places, but the variety hunting doesn't land them other places because they stay focused on that group that they say doesn't exist. Andrew should be ashamed of himself.
Among many Jews who are silenced, I mean, who aren't able to put forward the other side so much. And the reason for that is mostly TV channels and the like will not even let us speak. I can't go on. As much as you're much more controversial than I am, I'm still so controversial that I can't even get my view on our TV channels. I think this reminds me of, I had a sort of debate with a human rights lawyer recently who was the ultra kind of woke, let's bring in lots of immigration, those kinds of, that was the kind of thing. And he had some Jewish ancestry in him, but mostly was white English, right? And most people in the tweets below and all the comments were saying, aha, see that guy, Clive Stafford Smith, he's a Jew, that's why. And the irony to me was, here are two people talking, but one of them is fully Jewish. I'm as Jewish as it gets, Ashkenazi, all of those things.
You don't say. John says America's founding population, culture, and institutions were created by white Europeans with the white English as the primary founders, 100%.
Arguing vehemently against immigration with someone who has some Jewish blood in him, who is arguing for immigration. But the only blood in the room at that point arguing for immigration and more immigration was white English blood. So it's definitely something that I think you guys sometimes miss. There's a huge number of woke people in this country who are white.
See, that's what we don't miss here. Anti-white, white people are maybe the biggest of problems for the white race.
White English,
Southern Bloom is here.
You've noticed those people.
Yeah. And those people are a problem, but they are still our people, whether we like it or not. I don't agree with their ideology. I don't agree with what they want for this country, but they're still my people. They still have a right to this land.
Well, so do Jews. They've been here since 1066.
Yeah, but they also do not.
Yeah. I would get rid of anti-white white people and keep any non-white people that say, love your country. Love it, want it to continue exactly as you want it to continue.
This is not your land.
But
this is not your country.
Whose land was it? It wasn't the Normans' land before they
This is the English land. This is built by England.
And what does England mean? England comprises Jewish as well.
What does England mean? Despicable.
England is the land of the Angles. It's named after us.
Tell the Normans that.
The Normans didn't really have much input in terms of our DNA.
They definitely changed and shaped our culture.
They shaped our culture and influenced our organizations and institutions, but they very much did not interfere in our ethnic group in terms of our ethnicity.
How's that possible? What does that mean?
Because they're very much the elite. They're very much the elites that came over when there was the Normans.
Right.
Oh my God! Please, Steve. I hope Steve will decide to practice up. If he's going to be an advocate for our people, drop any of the focus on non-white people, focus entirely on the well-being of our people and arresting our victimization, things that you can, as we demonstrate here, are able to achieve. Ay, says, amazing insight, brother. That lifted my spirit. It's a blessing to know you. I appreciate that, man. I feel the exact same way about you.
and so forth. But going back to your point, England belongs to the English. It doesn't matter whether you do not like that outcome. This is why, for instance, you would be in the civic nationalist position, because you've got skin in the game. Because if you lent into the ethno state sort of approach, like your homeland does, like if, for instance, Israel's allowed an ethno state, sure, it's around 78%, but they're expanding and they're making more living room for Jewish people. And the only people that really have any right in that country are Jewish people.
What do you mean, any rights?
A non-Jew could not lead that country. Why can Israel have an ethno state, but the English can't? We only have one land. This is our land. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter how long you've been here. It doesn't matter if you was born here, your grandparents were born here. It means nothing to me. Total remigration. Everyone has to go.
Yeah. White people, normal white people, they're gonna heed the pure ethno state notion, and all the contributors, even if they've been there since 1066, they've all got to go.
I think Israel, we need to remember it's actually several ethnicities, really. I mean, when you go there,
oh really?
Probably at least.
Oh really? Then I guess you don't exist.
Half of the people there are not white, you know, so they're not Ashkenazi Jews. They're not the same ethnicity as me. We're talking about Ethiopian Jews, Mizrahi, Sephardi Jews.
It's a Jewish state. It's a Jewish state.
It's a Jewish state.
Yeah, it's not it's not an ethnic state on terms of separate Jewish ethnicities. It's a state for the Jews.
It's about a culture, though, really, with Jews.
Yes,
if you converted to Judaism, you could go as well. It's not an easy thing to do.
If I converted to Judaism tomorrow, they would not take me in. Not that I would do it.
They might not take you in.
No. So this is my point. It's all in favour of the Jews. Everything in that country is in favour of the Jews.
That was pretty funny, though. They might not take you in.
So and there's nothing wrong with that. You want a country that's in favour of your own people. Fine. Crack on. My problem is that it affects my country. What goes on in Israel affects my country. Why does that happen?
God.
Why should that happen?
Well,
why are my politicians in the pocket of Jewish lobby groups? Why are all of these NGOs flooding immigrants into my country? Why are we allowing this to happen?
I think if you look for a pattern, you're going to see it, unfortunately.
I really gotta. I think I'll make this point. We'll go to quick news and laughs. I gotta point out when it comes to being a Jew, it's really interesting. Since we're talking about peoplehood and identity, isn't it? Because if a person who is not Jewish, so they don't have any Jewish heritage or enough Jewish heritage or whatever, I mean, they probably get rabbis together and they grab your testicles and I don't know how it works, but if you wanted to become a Jew, and of course, Jews are religious Jews, and there are various stripes of religious Jews, various stripes of ethnicities. There are Christian Jews. There are atheist Jews. You can't just roll in and become a Jew by being a Christian and saying you're a Jew, or an atheist and saying you're a Jew. If you're going to become a Jew, the only way to do that is a religious Jew. If you are a non-Jew, the only way to do it is to become a religious Jew. And here's the interesting thing. There are several, I guess. Number one, according to, I think it's halakha, the Jewish laws and teachings, rabbis are required to discourage people over and over again. So if you go and you show up at a synagogue and you're like, I would like to be a Jew. How do I convert and become a Jew? They are instructed again and again to discourage you. No, it's not. No. One of the main reasons for that, of course, is that in Jewish teaching, they are a unique people who have a unique relationship with the creator of the universe. Unique meaning one of a kind relative to all of the other of mankind. It's kind of an interesting thing to claim that other people's identities, you can just put them on and be that identity, but no one else can be your identity. It's kind of a fascinating little game, little anti-white game that you're playing there. But here's the thing. They are instructed by the halakha to discourage you again and again and again. But finally, and the purpose of that is because they want to make sure that you are going to surrender your previous identity. They want to make sure that you're going to take all of your previous identity and you're going to surrender it. Because in the process, if it's initiated, if they finally say, all right, this person is serious enough about becoming a Jew and therefore getting rid of their old identity, whatever that identity was, you have over 600 laws that you have to adopt, shedding your entire previous identity and adopting those 600 plus laws to become the identity of a Jew. Isn't that fascinating? That to become a Jew, according to the Jews, you have to eradicate your old identity. But to become an English, to become an American, to become an Australian, you just need to have the opinion that you are that. You don't have to shed anything. Well, you could just come into my house and you could have deconstructed my entire ownership of the house. And you could just show up and you could say, well, you're still whatever. That holds primacy in your life, whatever that identity is. But my house is also your identity. My car is also your identity. My wife is also your identity. That's a neat little anti-white trick, motherfucker. It's a neat little trick. You know, across the West, we've allowed people to come into our countries created by our biospirit, our ingenuity, our creativity, our intelligence, our blood, sweat, and tears. And we've allowed you to become a citizen. We did not compel you upon rejection after rejection after rejection until we felt confident enough that you were ready to reject all of your previous identity to become one of us. We then didn't give you 600 plus laws of your new identity that you have to abide by to be our identity, or you're gone. You're not one of us. We didn't force you to do those things. And that's obviously part of the problem. But not having a people group, not having peoplehood is at the root of it. Absolutely despicable. You can come into our house and make sure you check this out for yourself. Maybe I'm completely wrong about Jewish teachings. Check it out for yourself. You know, the ear is against the door. The anti-whites are always looking for an issue. So maybe I'm wrong about it. But look up halakha. Look up converting to Judaism. See if it's anything like I have just articulated. You cannot bring your previous identity. And your previous identity certainly can't be hold the position of primacy in your life. You can't go to the synagogue, become a Jew, and then say, you know, of course I'm also a Jew. I passed all those tests, didn't I? I've said I was a Jew, but you know what? Really, I'm English. I'm English, and I and my people are English, but I'm also a Jew. So you can't throw me out of synagogue. You can't, etc. We don't do that. You can't do that. They wouldn't let you do that. I don't know. Maybe I'll have more to say about that in a minute. We got to get to the quick news and laughs if we can find them. Let's roll.
Last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence.
Amen. Here you have the general admission doing what these pretenders, these counterfeits for the good of white people are, they do constantly. They go into the threads of other content creators on the right, and they go back in time and they find stories that haven't been talked about for a while. This is the second time that we've identified him doing it recently. They find an old story and then they reproduce it as though it's new for the purpose of what? For the purpose of getting them attention. And this process, getting them followers. And this process is the activity of doom documenting and doom dissecting. It does nothing for white well-being. It advances us nowhere, but it does popularize the general admission, as you can see here. So he's sharing this story about Harvard, and he's gotten himself nearly 9,000 people to view it. Well, interestingly enough, this was shared years ago by Grace. The exact same thing. Years ago by Grace, except she got 1.2 million views. So this is just the process of doom document. This guy's just another grifter. He's in it for himself. He's looking for doom documenting to do. What a loser. The general admission. Maduro, come and get me, he shouted to Trump.
Aquí lo esperan Miraflores. No se tarde.
He'll be in Miraflores. Don't take too long, coward.
Cobarde.
Cobarde.
Now, if you don't know, now you know.
There he is. That's what it looks like, bitch.
This building right behind me has 22 different home and community-based healthcare companies registered in the building. It's only 4 floors. I walked in there yesterday trying to find a number of them. Many of them are appear to be just window fronts, door fronts with nobody behind. So same story, different.
So 60 healthcare facilities in that abandoned warehouse. By the way, they all have one woman as the contact, a white woman for all of those businesses. Somali Minister of Foreign Affairs owns a healthcare company in Ohio. There are 2 other healthcare companies in the same suites as his and multiple others at the same address. This is the Somali Minister of Foreign Affairs. This is happening not just in Somalia, all around the world. The theft of our identity, of our wealth, of our resources and ingenuity is taking place. This guy, this clown, owner of businesses here in the U.S., making millions, and the millions are our tax dollars. Think about that while you're at work hating life. How about this one? Somalia's ambassador to the UN also owns a healthcare facility in Ohio. And there are multiple other healthcares. These people are making millions of our dollars. No service is being rendered. Check it out for yourself. Remember, I just share this news. I don't represent it or speak for it. How about this? Take a look. Praise the Lord. Grace tweeting here. This is about Lily Phillips, the whore who took 1,000 guys on one day. Well, she has aged out of being young and fit enough relative to other young and fit females. So we have the tramp to trad taking place once again. Gray says, tragic travesty in modern Christianity. The church has become the place where whores go to retire. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the tramp to trad pipeline. And of course, she now is clearly a wife in the making for a Fuentes follower. Here you go, baby. Take a look at the Chinook. Kick ass. Hell yeah. Bunch of white men rolling in. When it gets real. White Delta Force coming in. I love it. The white man's might. And like Hans was saying, for all those clowns out there that talk about acting tough, these would be the white guys that come after you if you're going to try to confront the government. Here's Maduro on a pork walk. Come and get me, coward. Okay. Why did they give him a Mickey Mouse hat? Do you notice that? Look at his Mickey Mouse hat. I guess because he's a clown. Europe under attack.
Into chaos across Europe as alleged organized migrant gangs launched coordinated fireworks attacks on police, firefighters, civilians, and property, resulting in hundreds, if not thousands, of arrests. Cities include Brussels, Paris, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Berlin saw streets turn into smoke-filled battlegrounds.
And we know that a glorious church was burned to the ground. They all got to go. Biospiritual incompatibility. Time for you to go. Give it up for Stop Antivitism, ladies and gentlemen. Looking totally epic here. I think Trump says, I think there's a definite anti-white feeling in this country, and that can't be allowed either. By the way, when I ran the advertisement with Trump saying this on X, I lost my ability to advertise for half a year. They revoked it for quoting Donald Trump here. I'm the most shadow banned man in the world.
He isn't going to show you this. Since the bombing of Venezuela and the capture of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, people online are pissed. Some people on the left and the right are championing this, saying that it's a good thing for freedom within Venezuela and for the people. Others on the left and the right are condemning it, saying that it is a terrible move that shouldn't have
anti-whites on the left and the right
have happened. But I decided, instead of hearing it from an American perspective, why don't we look at what the people of Venezuela, what real Venezuelans actually think about this?
Yeah, the Venezuelans are very happy. They've been suffering for 27 years under Maduro, and then however many years Chavez before him. They're very happy to try to get gas in their cars and paved roads and all of that. So, but to be honest, I don't give a shit whether they're happy or not. We're here for the oil and to stop sending drugs into the United States and to throw the Chinese and the Iranians and the Russians out of the country.
I like a lot. My cousin Randy is maybe the dumbest person I've ever met in my entire life. Dumbest guy I've ever met. The other day he comes up, he goes, Anthony, check out my new tattoo. It's the Japanese symbol for awesome. No, Randy. That's a swastika. I mean, fuck, man. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. That's the German symbol for awesome. Here's a joke I like.
That's funny as hell.
46 p.m. Eastern time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night.
The white man is just something incomprehensible to the world. Here's some of the fireworks from Venezuela. Team USA.
They just
Recently, while I was there, I went to the gym. When I finished at the gym, I went to the subway station and I saw my train coming. I started running towards the train and the doors started to close. I was like, I'm going to take my gym bag. I'm going to fling it. It's going to get stuck between the doors. The doors aren't going to close. They're going to open and I'm going to walk on this train like a boss. That was the plan. This is what actually happened. I took my gym bag. I flung it. I kind of let go. And my bag went into the train. The doors closed. And I didn't make it onto the train. For those of you who aren't following along yet, a sweaty brown guy just ran up to a train, took a black duffel bag, threw it onto a train. I was in New York City recently.
Oh, that's funny. All right, take a look at the power of social media exhibited here, one of the many ways that it manipulates the audience without any evidence whatsoever. TikTok convinced thousands of people that the Brooklyn Bridge was having a New Year's fireworks show.
4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Any second now.
Where are they? Did we get pranked? We got pranked.
Wow. Imagine that. This guy talking about his ex-girlfriend from college.
College girlfriend needs a kidney transplant, and I'm not really worried because her body hasn't rejected an organ in 25 years. She'll be, but no, not fair. Actually, in all fairness to her, she could probably count every guy she's ever slept with on one hand if she was holding a calculator, but I'm not bitter. I'm not a bitter guy. I'm not. 2 weeks after she dumped me, I was fortunate enough to see her get hit by a snowplow. And that was awkward for me because I had never driven a snowplow before. She had been plowed many times. It was new to me. And
Cool Baba J Magic says, I see Jaysbergs talking about here's a Jew admitting to Jewish involvement as there isn't endless videos of whites spewing the anti-white narrative. So does that make it real? Precisely. They're just absolute losers, brother. Things not to say in the workplace. What used to be acceptable.
Acceptable in common behavior years ago can now be sexual harassment.
Smells like vagina in here.
What was acceptable in common behavior years ago can now be sexual harassment.
Smells like vagina in here.
What was acceptable in
vagina in here. Yeah, that's not doable anymore. Hey, here's one of the greats of all time, ladies and gentlemen, Benny Hill.
What is the difference between a vitamin and a hormone? No? No, I thought you'd have got that one. You can't make a vitamin. What is the difference between a vitamin and a hormone?
You can't make a vitamin, but you can.
Christian's office, getting our first visit with this guy here. And when we walked in, the nurse first asked, "Are you comfortable with an anal thermometer?" And I replied with, "Let's focus on the baby." And now we've been sitting here waiting for an hour.
Yeah, they're not coming in. This is great. This is how I slept in my 20s versus how I sleep in my 50s. I don't know why that kills me. Western Guy 007 says, can you write a book specifically with talking points for pro-white speakers? We will send it to them, and hopefully they'll learn faster. Well, I can think about that. Like a little quick startup, Samuski says, all of my non-white friends and family are not anti-white, that they agree with you. Then none of them being here are the problem. Anti-whiteism is the problem. Precisely, my brother. John says, well, becoming a Jew means getting circumcised, males only. Well, Joseph says, evolutionary computation often creates stability in increasing entropy outside the pocket of stability. Jews increase their peoplehood by decreasing the peoplehood of others. And that doesn't need to be a plan carried out by every single participant to still have that outcome. I think that's important to note. I like this guy's thinking.
Up at 7:30? I used to wake up at 7:30. Then I met a lot of people who wake up at 7:30, so I said, no, I'm waking up at 5:30. Then I met a few people who wake up at 5:30. I said, got to be earlier. Started waking up at 3:30. Then I found out The Rock wakes up at 3:30, so I said, nope, I got to be better than The Rock. So I started waking up at 1 a.m. Then I met some people who had some sort of weird overnight job type of thing, and they're waking up at 1 a.m., so I said, nope, I'm waking up at 11 p.m. Then I met some more people who had some like insomnia or something, and I said no. And I just kept going. You want to know when I wake up? I wake up at noon. Okay, I'm waking up earlier than anybody. People think I'm lazy. No, I'm just waking up for tomorrow.
Waking up for tomorrow. And finally, there's this, ladies and gentlemen, a Nazi knock-knock joke.
See knock-knock joke, Lewis? No. Knock-knock. Who's there?
We will ask the questions.
Now get out of here.
It's Rock.
Where they want me to fall, I'm standing tall, walking the law. They try to push me, try to make me break, but I've got no guilt, no shame, so fake. No white guilt, no shame in my eyes. I'm walking strong, no more compromise. Feel the bass hit, feel the ground shake. I've got no guilt, I've got no shame. No white guilt, no shame in my eyes. I'm walking strong, no more compromise. Feel the bass hit, feel the ground shake. I've got no guilt, I've got no shame. No white guilt, feel the ground explode. In this anti-white world, I break the code. Bass in my chest, pride in my soul. No white guilt, I'm taking control. No white guilt, no holding back. I'll ride the wave on this heavy track. I won't be erased, I won't be denied. In this anti-white world, I stand with pride. They want me to feel like I'm out of place.
Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG, maker of this epic tune right here. Joseph says juice birds are pulling clips of Maduro saying America is controlled by Israel and saying that's why Maduro was arrested. It's all so tiresome. They're losers. There's no way around the J Spurs being losers.
Feel the pulse, feel the rush, no more silence, no more hush. Turn it up, let the speakers scream.
Tree Godfather saying it's useless for the grifters to keep reposting the old stories. It is useless, but that's their grift, right? You know, it's just the doom documenting, doom dissecting. That's all they do. We've known it forever, and this is the digital version of it. You're so right. John says Maduro was an anti-white narco-socialist dictator. Glad he's gone from Venezuela. I agree, brother. We will be asking the questions. We got our perspicacious comments to get to. Positive Energy said, I have had endless victories at the dinner table over the Christmas holidays. Friends and family routinely use anti-white now. 2026 is going to be even better. Well done, Positive Energy. Friends and family routinely use the concept anti-white. Epically done. Azumu Clark says, raised Catholic, our church started bringing in the Mexicans in the 90s. There was a whole program involving the church and the Catholic schools to teach us We're all exactly the same. They lied. Well said, Osmond. Thank you for giving the insight. Yes, they're the useless grifters. Tree Godfather clarifying. Yes, indeed. They are the useless grifters. Well, and as useless grifters, the act of just digging up all the stories and look at the doom, look at the doom. We got more doom. That's what they do. Bulldog Board says, I've been on Real Coffee with Scott Adams live chat today, spreading our lexicon. A lot of good viewers over there. Also said that he needs to come over for a chat here at No White Guilt. I hope he will check out this site. God bless you. Swashing, epic swashing by Bulldog Boris, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic in the Perspicacious Comments. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, everyone. Not going to lie, 25 has been a struggle in so many ways, but also had many victories and wonderful moments. I'm happy to leave it all behind and pray for an awesome 26 and beyond for myself and our people. Let's keep working toward a better future for the coming white generations. As Jason likes to say, I love you all, and let's go free. Perspicacious Comments today, ladies and gentlemen. Epic comments. Big salutes to everybody. You can get your perspicacious comment read if you put it in the thread on YouTube under the video. And we have here our next item. Inside the Operation Absolute Resolve, how U.S. forces captured Venezuela's Maduro after months of secret planning. This is what we're seeing. So I assume you all know the U.S. on Friday night went into Venezuela. And on the way in, they struck a number of targets to create a corridor for the troops to fly in. And you saw a lot of that in Chinooks. There's some other helicopters, obviously, Apaches and some smaller. Are those Bell helicopters? Does Tree Godfather know? Stumbling is with us. Good to see you. Without practiced peoplehood, there is no moral argument for re-immigration. Exactly. Well said. Brilliant, brother. Western Kind 007, I see China forcing anti-Jew narratives. Very interesting that they investing in it heavily. And of course, it makes perfect sense because the strength of the United States, could you imagine? The stronger the white race is in the United States, the weaker the rest of the world is in by comparison. The weaker the white race in the United States and anywhere else in the West, the stronger the rest of the world, especially China. Now, okay, so what happened? The U.S. went over there and they went in and they they turned off all the power and they grabbed Maduro and his wife and they stuffed them and they flew back out of there. And I think they got on a craft, one of the ships, and then pushed him off onto, was it a hovercraft? What did they put him onto? A hovercraft? And then brought him back to the United States. And of course, he was shipped and she was shipped up to New York. Now, what's going on? Of course, Venezuela ships drugs into the United States, kills 100,000 people a year. For that, they should be attacked. The oil, something billions of, maybe the biggest oil reserve on planet Earth. And thank you. We will happily take that. And the Venezuelans will be better off for it. And also pushing the Chinese, the Russians, and the Iranians out of Central and South America. It's got to be done. Monroe Doctrine, you got to go. And it's not the first time that the United States has been involved in Central South America and the Caribbean. In fact, the 1900s started off with the Banana Wars. So that was like at the end of the 1800s, beginning of the 1900s. And it was a protracted here and there conflicts here and there. There was Grenada in the 50s, Dominican Republic in the 60s. We were in Chile in the 70s. No, wait, I think it was Guatemala in the 50s, because it was Grenada in the 80s. And then, of course, right at the end of the 80s, everybody can remember Panama and Noriega, kind of a similar operation, but not nearly carried out as well. There was a bunch of competition within the armed services about which particular groups of special forces and everything. And they tried to use Navy SEALs where Rangers would have been infinitely more successful, and a bunch of Navy SEALs got killed. It was like the worst thing that ever happened for the Navy SEALs in the history of Navy SEALs. So that happened. We were also in Venezuela in 2000, roughly, with Chavez, a brief attempt at a coup, although America never owned up to it. And then, of course, again, Friday night. So this is common. It's our backyard, and we will do whatever we want, period, in the conversation. Make no bones about it. Not ashamed of it, whatever it takes. And the lives of the Venezuelans are going to be infinitely better with the United States and its petroleum companies owning and operating all of the infrastructure, which, by the way, was built by whites in the 1950s and then left to fall apart ever since because of the aspirations of anti-white Venezuelans, their communist movement. In fact, the Chinese was just there on Thursday, and we're still in country and celebrating Maduro and this criminal narco terrorist regime. And there are terrorist members of different terrorist groups, I guess I should say, in Venezuela as well. So don't care. If anti-white says to me, well, America just went there for the oil. So don't care. Good. Let's pump it dry. The U.S. operation to capture Venezuela, strongman Maduro, was a month in the making. Mission rehearsed using replicas of Maduro's fortified compound, showcasing military might, ingenuity, the might and ingenuity of the Westmen. Venezuelan dictator was stopped just steps from steel doors of his fortified lair as an Army Delta Force commandos closed in. He was trying to get in a safe place. The safe place, all steel, and he wasn't able to make it there because of our guys. I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. Delta Force commandos were flown in by the Army's 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, called the Night Stalkers. They flew MH-60 and MH-47 helicopters, executing low-level nighttime insertion as U.S. aircraft first dismantled Venezuela's air defense to clear the path into Caracas. People were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Trump added, sort of surprise, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. One of our helicopters took a little bit of flak and was able to continue flying and continue with the mission. Nobody was killed on the American side. As of late morning, the conference at Mar-a-Lago, General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said months of intelligence gathering produced critical details about Maduro, enabling U.S. forces to find him and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. So, yeah, you're going to compete with the United States government, you weakened commandos. CIA collected intelligence from a fleet of stealth drones and a human source human sources who could get close enough to Maduro and monitor his movements according to people briefed on the matter. I'm going to say that the reason why there was zero military resistance was in part due to the rapidity and the strikes that all took place literally almost simultaneously all over the country to incapacitate the military, but also not a lot of will in the Venezuelan military to just go and die for the narco state. And that speaks to controlling and running Venezuela moving forward. Very different from nation building. I'll speak to that in a moment. They actually built a house which was identical to the one they went into so that they could practice on. Look at the beautiful site there. Trump said the raid in Caracas, dubbed Operation Absolute Resolve, was ordered at 10:46 p.m. So we have that. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt as the internet catches up to where we are. The great Franklinator is in the house. Dino Storm is also from the UK, he says. Solemn-faced Nicolas Maduro sports handcuffs as first public comment since capture during perp walk. Solemn-faced Maduro was seen for the first time since his capture making a handcuffed perp walk inside the New York City's DEA headquarters, in which he oddly wished agents a happy new year. What a joke. Look at this clown. Come and get me, coward. All right, we gotcha. And I love how it's reduced here to a law enforcement operation. That's all this clown is. He's just taken down by a law enforcement operation. Now, what's going to happen? They're going to put him in the jail there in New York, and they're going to make it uncomfortable for him, but safe, unlike Epstein. And the reason is they want this guy to go from the lap of luxury into this shocking environment that is much more akin to where you or I might be imprisoned, so that the pressure will compel him to participate with the American government, sharing information on the Russians, the Chinese, the Iranians, any of the other terrorist groups that he has been talking with and have allowed into Venezuela, as well as the human smuggling groups, the other drug cartels. He is said to be the leader of the cartel of the Suns. There's a lot of information they can get from him. They're going to be able to tell him, we could put you in jail for the rest of your life. You'll die in a nasty, dirty little cell like this. So will your wife. So you should cooperate. We can instead get you a little bit of time. Then you'll be able to go free. Give us everything we need. They're probably going to go to the wife and essentially say, roll on your husband and you'll get out of prison. We'll give you whatever you want. We need to know everything you know. And of course, she wasn't just the wife of Maduro, but a participant in the government, a participant in the Communist Party in Venezuela, Socialist Party, the communism. And interestingly enough, if you don't know, this clown right here was a bus driver. He was a bus driver. That was the acme of his career. Now, there's nothing wrong with being a bus driver, but to go from the acme of your career as a bus driver to the head of a country that sits on the biggest oil reserve on planet Earth is a consequence of the anti-white communist ideology. And he was in tight in that Communist Party, very close to Chavez. And that's how he ended up becoming the vice president. And he was considered an imbecile. He was understood in Venezuela as this idiot bus driver who was just a loyal party member and a good communist and hater, therefore, of the white race. And so that's how he was able to get in his position. Obviously, a low IQ'd buffoon. But we see this all the time with low IQ'd people finding their way into positions of power. Now, Chavez was no brilliant actor either, but that's the way it works. The ousted dictator, also seen in white socks and jail-issued flip-flops, can be heard saying, "Good night, Happy New Year," to the surrounding agents, according to footage released by the White House. Isn't it funny how these big talking Hispanics and Middle Easterners, it's always the blood will flow through the streets. Coward, you have no chance. Come and try to get me. And then as soon as the white man grabs them, they're like, "Hello, sir. Happy New Year. Is everybody having a good night?" These kind of people, when they are kept in a subservient role, they are sycophantic. But when they're able to gain power over you, they are the most ruthless and brutal dictators on the planet. Not everybody who's Hispanic or Arab, these particular types of people. If you have something you would like for me to see that you say, let me know. This is something that is really enjoyable, I have to say. This has been the most enjoyable part of it. We're going to let Benny Johnson tell you.
Hugo Chavez, right? Always hanging out with Sean Penn. He's the communist dictator who staged the communist takeover of Venezuela. He's obviously an incredibly evil and corrupt individual. He died quite suddenly. I'm not sure if the CIA had anything to do with that. And they put together a mausoleum for him. Xi Jinping's actually visited it. They put together a memorial.
Now, this mausoleum was an extremely important historical site in Venezuela since the anti-white communists run the country. This is where Chavez remains were housed, and many Venezuelans traveled there regularly to remember Chavez, to celebrate anti-white communism. Well,
for him, it looks like this. This is where his casket was, where his body was laying, and it, is a place where people can go and visit. It's kind of pretty, I guess. And this is where this is where the remains of Hugo Chavez was until the United States bombed it.
Salutes to Trump. That is hilarious. On their way out, apparently, as the story goes, on their way out, since they had achieved the primary objective, a secondary objective was to obliterate this memorial. That is the most badass, kick-ass thing that the United States has done in generations, my brothers and sisters.
And destroyed it on their way out of Venezuela. This, again, the single rudest thing. This is the most disrespect I've ever seen. The Cuartel de la Montaña, a military museum, a historic symbol of Hugo Chavez, has just been destroyed. Hugo Chavez's remains were in there, and due to the explosion, must have been vaporized. So they vaporized Hugo Chavez's dead body on the way out.
I love it. That is so kick-ass. Oh, my God. You won't be visiting there anymore. We'll get back to this in a bit. Female streamer goes live to show how safe Germany is, gets stoned in the streets by migrants. Perhaps you heard about this. This from Revolver News. Look at her pretty anti-white dumbass right there. You remember, what was it, 2015? When all those white girls got surrounded and groped and horrible sexual assaults. They went out in the streets. The law of the white man, white erased. Was that in Cologne? And then all of this can be done to white females. So white females, if you want this to end, you better start supporting your white men. You better start getting behind them and encouraging them and supporting them to be the men that they are, and then applauding them when they're men. Stop saying you can do it. Stop saying you could stand in for a man. Stop. So many, we could go on and on. But what happened was, because of anti-whiteism, this white female thought that, and why did she think that you could go out there and prove how safe it was? Because of the anti-white narrative. Because 2015, that was like one incident. She has an entire lifetime of fiction that her brain, that she lives in 95% of the time, believed was reality, where all of these non-white people, whether they're anti-white or not, are all good. They're better than the white men. They're better for you. They're better for the country. They're just people wanting to better their lives. And as a corollary, better your life. They're going to make everything better. And they're all kind and sweet. And this white woman has learned, as everyone else, that when it comes to non-white people, you're supposed to love and embrace. You're supposed to feel positive vibes. You're never supposed to suspect them of a desire to do any harm, no matter what you experience in the real world. Those are just anomalies to your real lived experience in fiction. And when it comes to those anomalies, it's just because white people have put them down and harmed them and mistreated them and made their lives miserable. And so if you just get on your back for them, if you just show them how much you love them, then they're going to embrace you and love you. So she thought she was going to go out and demonstrate how wonderful it was to be in the midst of this anti-white, non-white world. Well, while she was walking along live, and thankfully it happened while she was live, because if it had happened when she wasn't, she would have disavowed any claim to anything being done to her that was negative. Why? Because it would be immoral to do otherwise, according to that anti-white narrative, the social morality of the West. You can't say that non-white people do anything bad unless they're forced to do it by circumstances created by white men and white civilization, which is the product of white men, Western civilization. So she would have denied it. She would have swept it under the rug as just another anomaly. The reality is that if she hadn't been live streaming, I don't know who else was with her, but if she hadn't been on a camera, live streaming, clearly talking to an audience and these people around her, these anti-white, non-whites around her, not aware. How many people is she talking to? Are the police able to see this? Are they going to catch me on video? The reality is that if she hadn't been live streaming, it would have been 100 times worse. She might have not made it out of there alive, in my opinion. She would have been, in my opinion, sexually assaulted in grievous and disgusting and unmentionable ways. She only got this level of torment because the people who are harming her could have been captured on video. 10 years after the New Year's Eve mass sexual assaults in Cologne, Germany, shocked the world, a popular Twitch streamer, Kunshi Kitty, decided to return to the scene to make a point. It says here ignorantly about safety. No, to make a point about anti-whiteism. That night was just blown up by the white man to be something more than it actually was, to be worse than it actually was. And they would argue all of these excuses all the way down the line, even to the point, if you allowed them to talk long enough or challenge them long enough, they would have been arguing that it was good for these white females to have this happen to them. I've had anti-whites argue this, that rape and sexual assault and gropings and being surrounded and all of this kind of thing strengthens their character for the rest of their life. They're going to be a better, stronger person as a consequence of the sexual abuse. I have heard those arguments. I'm sure you have as well. So she went out there to prove the anti-white narrative take that they're all good, they're all loving, and I'm sure thinking that not only is the anti-white narrative true, that they're all actually good and loving, but those anomalies out there, they won't act out against her because she's clearly live streaming. She was relying on that and it didn't work. Flashback to a decade ago. It's been a decade since thousands of migrant men, anti-white, non-white males, sexually assaulted and raped German women on New Year's Eve in Cologne. This was after Germany let over 1 million anti-white, non-whites into the country. Now in 25, Kunshi Kitty. Kitty's goal wasn't to investigate or question the globalist policies that have put women in grave danger, and it certainly wasn't to the globalist instead of anti-whites by this Revolver News. Policies that have put white women, not women in general, in danger, although there are collateral damages to non-white women. It certainly wasn't to look how unraped, unmolested were non-white women in Germany when the white man was in charge, when our norms held sway. They walked the streets without a fear in the world. No rapes, no molestations, no gang rapes, no people smuggling, no on and on, no abducting. Must have been nice for them. It certainly wasn't to look honestly at what's changed in Cologne over the past decade. Her goal was to traipse around and reassure women that the streets are safe and that concerns about migrant violence are overblown and driven by right-wing hysteria. Do you see how that dodges the reality of what's taking place here and what she was doing? She is addressing the anti-white narrative. That's the deeper conversation that needs to be had. Boy, did this plan backfire in the most unimaginable way. Country Kitty went live, showing herself walking the streets of Cologne to prove in real time how unnecessary the fear supposedly is. But instead of seeing some blissful holiday walkabout, viewers watched in horror as she was surrounded, harassed, and pelted with objects by groups of anti-white, non-white men. First Last is with us. He says, hello, brother. Good to see you. Tagging me as No White Guilt. Helios Abbott is here. Good to see you, brother. Firelight is here. Good to see you. Olaf is in the house. Basically, she was stoned in the streets of her own country. It's not her country anymore. Because she's anti-white, because so many other white people are anti-white, because we don't have a people. It doesn't belong to us anymore. She can't walk the streets in safety. Gee, Happy New Year, Germany. Revolver could have written that snarky nonsense, that unproductive do-nothing snark, and they probably did 10 years ago. Did it make things better? Are you better for the snark? Dipshits. Who cares what Tommy Robinson said? Here she is, more being attacked and stoned or hit with objects. And yet after the disastrous experiment ended, how do you think Country Kitty responded to this? I haven't read this. Let's go ahead and go out on a limb. She said they were anomalies. It wasn't really that bad. It just looks worse than it was. Why would she say that? Because it would be immoral to say otherwise. It would be immoral for her to defend white people as a group, according to the social morality of the West, which is why you have to address it with the white positive morality of go free. So she's going to say, no, it wasn't really bad. It was, come on, it was no big deal. Demonstrating that she's still a good anti-white. But let's see what it says here. And yet, after the disastrous experiment ended, Country Kitty went online and instead of noting, insisted nothing serious went down. Don't believe your lying eyes. She said that X was blowing it out of proportion. She's hit in the face with some kind of object as she's walking along. Here's the gist of what she said. You could just say the gist. You're supposed to be a journalist. Learn how to write. After the incident, the streamer downplayed what happened and rejected the idea that her walk was meant to prove anything. Of course. She said she never claimed to be demonstrating that women could safely move through the area. X just misunderstood. She placed much of the blame on X itself. So it's the white man's fault. Describing the platform as toxic. According to her, the reaction was less about what actually occurred and more about how people on the platform feed off. So she's changing the subject. Interesting little tactic. A lot of women really like this changing the subject. Oh, losing that argument? Well, I'll just change the subject. That's where this brings something up from 10 years ago, 20 years ago comes from. Just anything else. No accountability. Change the subject. Her message was clear. The problem, in her view, was not what happened on the street, but how X interpreted and spread it. And I will submit to you, in coming days or weeks, if she's interviewed anywhere or she does another stream talking about what happened, she'll then explore how and why these people acted this way, and the consequence or the causative factors will be a consequence of white males. Western society, white males, these people aren't recognized enough. Their feelings aren't understood enough. They're not talked about enough. We haven't given enough to them. We need to do more for them so that when they see a white woman walking down the street, they say, hello, dear lady, because that will happen. Let me tell you. Here's this. She represents the sewer that is the internet and X. So typical of the left. Don't believe your eyes, believe the narrative. Protect the narrative at all. What's the narrative? It's the anti-white narrative. Well, you saw the footage, so we'll let you decide for yourself how safe that moment was. Back to Mamdami. Here you have the anti-whites, like Crunchy Kitty, demanding in New York and Philadelphia primarily, but in some other cities as well, that Maduro immediately be released. It's important to acknowledge that this is happening and to focus on it at least for a minute, especially in your conversation with friends and family, to point out that anti-whites oppose white people no matter what they do. The country of Venezuela, videos are pouring out. Husbands waking up their wives, sleeping with their children to tell them Maduro has been deposed and he's been extradited in a most fabulous fashion, and they're crying and they're celebrating. Videos of people live streaming in Venezuela when it happens, when Trump and the United States went in, and as they're live streaming, they find out it's happening, and a whole party of them, 10 of them, all start cheering and say, none of that matters. None of it matters what the actual Venezuelans think about this. Of course, the radical anti-white communist ones are not happy, or if they are, they're not going to say so because we know how they treat each other when they run afoul of the ideology. But the country is destitute. They're not pumping even a fraction of the oil. The money's not coming back into Venezuela. There are gangs. There is shortages of food. There is no gasoline to put in for many of them in their automobiles. You just need to listen to anything that they're saying. Anti-whites, though, are attacking the avatar of the white race, Donald Trump, the avatar of the white race, the United States, and demanding that the anti-white be restored to power and looking for any excuses as to why that is and why the act was evil. Incidentally, it's anti-whites both on the left and the right arguing this against the United States. This is what we need to understand when it comes to anti-whites, anti-whiteism, and what's really important across the West, which is our well-being, defending ourselves against these people. Trump says that they're temporarily going to run Venezuela. There says not afraid of boots on the ground. This, in my opinion, is going to end up a completely different animal because it could, I guess we'll end up seeing for sure, a completely different animal from nation building. There's no need for the United States to go into Venezuela the way it did into Afghanistan and Iraq and nation build, Syria and elsewhere, and deal with all of the trammels and problems of nation building and the enormous expense to us. The might of the United States enables the United States to say to whoever is in charge, right now it's the vice president, you'll do what we want when it comes to things that we are concerned with, when it comes to our interests. Otherwise, you will run your country and you will do what you want. So you're not going to allow China and Iran and Russia to come into your country. You are not going to allow terrorist groups to come into your country. If you do, we'll kill you and we'll let the next person in line become the leader of the country. Right now, the vice president, she's had some words back against the United States, but of course she has. She has to say those things, and the United States, of course, is going to say, okay, or they should. Okay, she's got to say, reject the United States, and Maduro is the president, and all of this kind of thing, to maintain control over the party loyalists. But deep down, she knows she could be disappeared far easier than Maduro. She could just be killed by the United States. You'll just do what the United States wants. This is different than so many other times in history when if you're going to go into a country and control it, you need to be there. If the United States was far weaker, the United States would have to literally be in Venezuela. All the United States has to actually do is say to the leadership what I just said, you'll do what I want, what we want, when it concerns our interests. And if you don't, we'll just remove you from power, and the next mob boss can step up. And then he or she can decide, do I want to live large and be the leader and let America do whatever it wants with the oil and other natural resources and let my country eat and increase in wealth and jobs and et cetera? Or do I want to buck up to the United States and then get disappeared like to my previous predecessors? Because the United States is so powerful, other countries are discouraged from trying to infiltrate and create color or guerrilla revolutions in Venezuela. Because the United States could see, this country over here, Iran, for example, is trying to infiltrate and create a guerrilla revolution. Well, we can hurt Iran where they are in manifold ways for attempting that. Do you see how, if this is going to be done intelligently, you can go in, you can use boots on the ground to protect oil refineries and things, especially like that in the beginning, and the workers who are rebuilding everything so that it can be properly pumped and then properly refined. They have the largest oil reserve, but it's also garbage oil, so it has to go through a lot of refinement to make it usable. They can do that initially, and they can say to the other countries of the world, countries like China, you are not going to go in there and foment revolution against our leadership in Venezuela, because if you do, then we'll hurt you where you are, and we can hurt you in manifold ways. You'll stay out. So they can keep their planes on the ground. The United States could conduct bombing runs on narco leaders or guerrilla movements with inside. They can see every single living person gathering together wherever they gather. They can increase the human intelligence on the ground. It is entirely possible to utterly control what Venezuela does relative to the interests of the United States without nation building. They can run the day-to-day statecraft of Venezuela, and the current mob boss will comply or die. That's all that has to happen. Meanwhile, the United States can be enriched, and if things are going to work out for the benefit of the people, our gas prices can go down, our food prices can go down, everything can get better if politicians are not going to siphon the wealth coming in for themselves and other things. But you have no way to control that. You have no way to stop that from happening. We just celebrate the politicians that are doing the right things and do what we can in our lives to effectuate outcomes for white well-being and march along. We continue to march along. But there's a lot of criticism about the Trump administration and et cetera, rebuilding Venezuela. It doesn't need to be that at all. I hope these people are going to step up to the IQ of your hierarchy and run this in the way it should be run. It could be the cost, whatever it ends up costing the United States to do this, infinitely less than the colossal wealth. And not only the wealth, but the power engendered over all of the other oil-producing countries. You can't even fathom geopolitically. America occupying and running Venezuela enables America to shut down the entire Middle East, Russia, and to a large extent, China, Cuba, and Nicaragua, also problem countries like this. Because all they have to do is turn the oil valve open a little bit more, and you tank their profits. And here's the little argument or the little article about the VP appearing to defy Trump. It's got to happen this way. They've got to let this mob boss talk tough so that her underlings will obey and respect her. And that'll be how it has to be with everybody. Every mob boss that comes along. And if Trump says, the United States says, you're going to have an election, the mob boss will have to say, yes, sir, and hold the election, and then try to win the election to stay in power. Simple as that. That's how things are going to work moving forward. We're going to take a quick break. Not long, though. Don't go anywhere. And we'll be right back after this.
1880. All of Western civilization is under attack by hordes of spiteful mutants. Defend the West from insects, anime fans, furries, journalists, and other hideous futuristic abominations. Level up your Westmen, move your troops, use eccentric weapons, protect your women's, and conquer the world in Westman. Try the prototype today at StudioDinoStorm.com.
anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. The cheering means it's time to celebrate our swashbuckling. Ladies and gentlemen, get your raucous emojis out and get ready to roll through the swashbuckling champions here, promulgating the concepts that liberate our people. There's Zarathustra, and we dance because we can hear the music. Take a look at this. This is coming up. This is coming up. That is coming up. This is coming up. That is coming up. There we have Stop Antivitism. 458 likes liberated in the audience on this Instagram account. And there's James as well in there. She's a radical anti-white that wants to erase the USA. Her non-white group creates Somalia in the USA. The USA does not exist in her. Give it up for the Stop Antivitism. And James as well, he's there. Stop Antivitism in another comment. 218 souls liberated by the great Stop Antivitism on that video. And another, here he is, 131 souls liberated with the white magic, indoctrinated with anti-whiteism. Stop anti-whiteism again, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate the champion swashbuckler. Stop anti-whiteism again. Another non-white anti-white with his anti-white fiction. 200 more people, ladies and gentlemen, liberated by the great swashbuckling general, Stop Antivitism. Here again, 1,252 people empowered by Stop Antivitism. Anti-whites trying to white guilt us. Big salutes to this hero. Swashbuckling this week, getting the year started in epic fashion, ladies and gentlemen. We did that. We were the ones who did that. Let's keep it rolling here. Just one moment. But first, we will say big gratitude, big salutes to the great Biospirit of the West, OT Lita, and to the Franklinator, heroic swashbuckling champions, gathering together many of these victories. And it is only a fraction of the victories that we have every single week. Show these men some love and all the other activities that they do in service to white well-being. Not the least of which is how we did this on the screen in front of you right now is by swashing on Donald Trump Jr. And this past week, we had swashing on the great Donald Trump Jr. We had Robert, the Ivan, Biospirit of the West, the Nameless One, the Franklin, a diplomat for Western kind. We are Western kind, and Justin McDaniel. Let's give up the love for these swashbuckling commanders, making it there week after freaking week to bring the love, hope, and redemption to our people and get more into the mouth of Donald Trump. Let's roll through these from the wild, ladies and gentlemen. Ashley, 23,000 people. Says not replacement, it's white erasure. Holy crap. From the wild, epic meme. And this is in the audience of Elon Musk. Give it up for Ashley, ladies and gentlemen. She's so right. It's white erasure. Dandy Westman coming in this week. 1,000 people liberated in the audience of Taya. Give it up for Dandy Westman. TM, 5,000 people receiving the power of the white magic in the audience of ETS, I think is how it's pronounced. Give it up for TM getting on the board this week. Another from the wild, ladies and gentlemen, nearly 1,000 people empowered by Lesnixia in the audience of Papa Gut. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for this sister in service from the wild to white well-being. Justin McDaniel climbing up on the board this week gloriously with the white magic in his hand. Over 3,200 empowered in the audience of Chris Coveries. Justin McDaniel again. 5,300 more people empowered by Justin in the audience of George Alexopoulos. Give it up for Justin McDaniel. Biospirit of the West himself. 4,400 plus empowered in the audience of I Am Yes, Tree Godfather. Check it out. 1,300 and climbing. He empowered in the audience of Jessica Seymour KC. The Blue Flame, ladies and gentlemen. 2,400 people empowered. Blue Flame says, I'm here, swashbuckling commander. In the audience of Lazy B. Give it up for the Blue Flame. Bellspit of the West. 3,200 and climbing. Look, there's the great Shannon Oliver underneath. Bellspit of the West empowering 3,200 and climbing in the audience of AF Post. Bellspit of the West. Again on the board, climbing right up. 34,000 people empowered by the OT leader this week on that one post in the audience of Info Battle Maiden. Biospirit of the West coming in again. 4,200 plus more. He has empowered with the white magic in the audience of David Santanta Carla. William Tanner is rocking it, ladies and gentlemen. 13,000 empowered with his tweet right here. Look at how beautiful this is. I love this tweet. Martin Sellner, ladies and gentlemen. He says here, our ads promote white erasure. Oh my God, let Martin know how happy we are with him. Our ads promote white erasure. How many people? 15,000. And look at Diplomat of Western Kind is underneath of it. God bless our swashbuckling commanders. Give it up for Martin Sellner. Diplomat of Western Kind. 2,400 plus and climbing. Empowered in the audience of Paul. Give it up, Western. Diplomat for Western Kind having a hell of a week. Diplomat for Western Kind again. Deport all anti-whites. Amen to that. Over 10,000 people. He gifted the white magic in the audience of Surf. TM back again. Almost 1,000 people more empowered in the audience of Taya. Give it up for TM. Taking the ball rolling for the end zone. The cool Papa J Magic working on 1,700 people empowered in the audience of Andrew Bunker. Give it up for the coolest of swashing generals. President-elect Rochelle Merle in this week. Starting 26 off right. 3,133. She empowered with this magnificent tweet in the audience of William Wolf. Andrew Branca himself, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a listen to what he has to say.
The Tree Godfather, he's a member of this community. He posted this up. We're ending anti-whiteism.
I want to celebrate both Branca and the Tree Godfather here.
One Westman at a time. Western man, I presume. The Tree Godfather, he's a member of this community. He posted this up. We're ending anti-whiteism one Westman at a time. Western man, I presume. Anti-whiteism, thoughts, actions, and policies hostile to white people. You may not realize it, but you've been immersed in this your entire life. I've been immersed in it. Yes. My entire 61 years. By the way, there's a link there if you want to check it out. NoWhiteGuilt.org. I've not been there. Fair warning, but maybe worth checking out.
Give it up for both Tree Godfather and Andrew Branca, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes, quadruple 07s, crowns, and gems. Cool Papa J Magic. 6,260 human beings. He liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of Leonardo Joni. Justin McDaniel running for the end zone one more time. 3,000 more people he empowered in the audience of Severus Chud. Rochelle Merle back again, ladies and gentlemen. Epic meme. 2,157 more human beings liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of William Wolf. Dandy Westman swashing back in like the epic hero he is. 1,700 more people he's empowered this week in the audience of AF Post. Diplomat for Western Kind. 4,121 more people empowered with the white magic in the audience of Liberal Tears Enjoyer. Celebrate these swashbuckling champions, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate them. Diplomat for Western Kind again climbing up the scoreboard to get to the top. 3,615 more people empowered in the audience of Eric Doherty. Diplomat for Western Kind yet again, empowering 10,000 more in the audience of Lazy B. Give it up for Diplomat for Western Kind. He stands astride the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. Bro Spirit of the West. 1,232 more empowered in the audience of End Wokeness. Diplomat for Western Kind, 1,240 more people empowered in the audience of Cat Turd. Will Tanner back again with an epic meme usage. This time, 25,000 people empowered with the white magic by Will Tanner. Show him some love, ladies and gentlemen. Shannon Oliver this week, beginning 2026 just right. And he here, 5,732 souls. The blue flame is underneath of him. I love it. Empowered in the audience of Concerned Citizens. Give it up for Shannon Oliver on the scoreboard. Diplomat for Western Kind yet again. This guy is dancing in the end zone with nearly 5,000 more people empowered with the white magic of Go Free in the audience of Lazy B. The blue flame, ladies and gentlemen, 3,389 people liberated in the audience of Dries van Longenhoven. Dallas Malloy on the scoreboard this week. Nearly 8,000 people empowered with her tweet in the audience of Lazy B. Give it up for Dallas, ladies and gentlemen. Robert, ladies and gentlemen. Robert swashes in 1,158 empowered in the audience of Lazy B. Give it up for Robert. Justin McDaniel back again. He can't keep his number off the field. 2,400 plus more of the white race empowered in the audience of Eric Doherty. My tweet from this week, 112,000. Seeing my tweet about the Orwellian policy of free speech but not reach on X. I am the most shadow banned man in the world. Western Con 007. 1,700 souls saved by Western Con 007 in the audience of Elon Musk. As the audience takes a breath, the Tree Godfather swashes in like the hero he is. Over 3,000 souls saved by the white magic in the audience of Paul Weston. Give it up for Tree Godfather. Cool Papa J Magic not done on the field and serving his time in the end zone. 2,600 more people saved by the white magic in the audience of Stranger Things scenes. Western Con 007 still out on the field, ladies and gentlemen, with 1,204 and climbing people empowered with the white magic as he casts his spell in the audience of Elon Musk. Tree Godfather in it again with 3,400 more empowered in the audience of Daniel Concannon. Western Con 007, kick them all out, he says, empowering 1,500 and climbing in the audience of Elon Musk. Quadruple 07's crowns and gems for the heroes. Diplomat for Western Kind. Back again, ladies and gentlemen. Epic meme. 2,374 people receiving the magic words that liberate the world in the audience of Dark Side. Cool Papa J Magic, love the meme. 3,600 gifted the powers of white magic in the audience of Taya. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Dallas Malloy produced this epic video, ladies and gentlemen. Deep and moving epic video. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Over 1,000 people have already seen it. Big salutes. Check out this video by the great Dallas Malloy, ladies and gentlemen. Red Baron from the wild, 2,300 and climbing in the audience of Taya from the wild. CKO on the board this week, 1,367 people empowered in the audience of Wrath Mancool. Sounds totally white. I think it's in response, though, to Jonathan Ware. And finally, we have this over here, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic, 1,267 more as he left the field, empowered with the magic words of white well-being in the audience of Ho Man. Let's turn our sights on Fem Sapien, whose video netted over 5,000 views.
That there are propagandists that could be, trying to infiltrate people's minds through the internet so that they can carry out violence in the real world. I think this is true. So, but me saying that, I look like the crazy one. And I'm at a point where it's like you either understand the implications of anti-whiteism or you don't. You either understand the implications of very powerful people having subjective definitions of what is and is not anti-Semitic, or you don't. You either understand the implications of mass migration or you don't.
Love it. Give it up for Feb Sapien, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hop on over to Ryan Dawson. 32,000 views and climbing.
And we have racial equality. I would say it's almost the other direction, where it's like anti-whiteism is okay, it's by the system at least. And
anti-whiteism.
It's the worst thing in the world to be racist in the United States. There's not institutional racism to minorities.
Give it up for Ryan Dawson.
Like the opposite. You have affirmative
Let's keep it
action.
moving to rhetorically defective video. 8,500 views.
This is how they did it. This is how they're going to keep trying to do it. We can no longer engage with these terms, even if it means making the entire debate about denying these terms. We don't get a term like anti-whiteism.
Now, here's this guy. Remember we said he's objecting to anti-whiteism, but that's our victory. Big salutes. Another victory for this community. Yes, continue to reject our concepts like anti-whiteism. Let's hear it for Andrew Branca. More from him this week.
Part X. And he's allowing these. He himself is commenting on this genocidal white erasure. And I think Elon's realized that, oh my God, white people are getting erased. White people are targeted for genocidal erasure by the non-white world.
Anti-white, but we get it. Big salutes to Andrew Branca. Had a hell of a week for white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, we have this Owen Schroyer. Listen closely.
Kind 007. We must protect white children from white erasure. Well, there is a white Holocaust. There is a white genocide.
Yes, give it up for Western Kind 007. He got in there to Owen Schroyer, and Schroyer says, absolutely, there is white erasure.
Right now. It is literally happening right now.
And it's definitely happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for our heroes. Everybody swashbuckling. They deserve your love, and we'll be right back. Wow. What another epic week. That audio was a little bit low, but it was still glorious. Owen Schroyer to Western Guy 007. He's like, absolutely right. White erasure. It's happening now. It's happening right now everywhere. Big salutes to all of these champions. If you have something you would like for me to know and it's scrolled away, tag me and I will check it out. Tag me again and I will check it out. Let's go ahead and celebrate. I don't see him yet, but he'll be here. The great dude, the great bro, the great moment. $50 for white well-being over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Entropy. Show the man some love. Show him some love. 007 Crowns and Gems. Keep it going. And keep it going for Flame of the West. $25 as well. And he says exactly as Dude Bro Moment says for white well-being. Big salutes to both of those heroes. And another financial gift just came in on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy, from Scott. Celebrate Scott, $20 financial gift. He also says, for white well-being. Totally epic. Let's keep it moving. We got so much more to cover here today. We're going to get right to celebrating, as this is our first get together and of the month, and we're going to celebrate everybody in the honors roll call right now. Keep those raucous emojis going, and we begin. The honors roll call are the people who financially gift automatically without any thought to it once they're signed up. We got a couple platforms for that, and so once a month, every month, they financially gift. We celebrate them at the beginning of the month, and we begin with the all-stars, the people at the very top of that financial gifting on a monthly basis. And the number one of all of the all-stars, all on the honors roll call, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Prometheum Healing, the king of the all-stars. Let's get to the rest of the all-stars. We have also on the all-stars list, Marie Curie, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate these folks. Western Sunrise, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Western Sunrise. Give it up for Joseph, another one of the all-stars. And finally, on the all-stars list, we have Greg. These are the all-stars of the honors roll call. We deeply appreciate every single one of you for your contributions to white well-being. Thank you for those financial gifts. Let's go ahead and get to the rest of the honors roll call. We have Maverint. We have Save Western Civilization Now. We have King Petrus over there as well. Swan Knight is there. Westman Wanderer. Keep It White is over there. Tiniest Squeesh on the honors roll call. Wilhelm is there, ladies and gentlemen. Mark is there. So is Holdman is over there, ladies and gentlemen. Your LG is over there, as well as Defeat Deceit and Southern Bloom. Keep it going. We have, I think, just two more over here on the honors roll call. And that is, let's see, we have Dallas is over here as well. Celebrate Whole Foods, ladies and gentlemen. The honors roll call, starting with the all-stars and working our way through it. Thank you so much. If you're on the honors roll call, I deeply appreciate being able to count every month on those financial gifts coming in to pay for the many processes and software and everything that we use here in service to white well-being. Let's refresh over here and see if we have anybody here to celebrate. We'll work our way around and back to all of the financial gifters. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for two heroes right now. Corey, the great unstoppable force of nature. Corey is in the house. $50. $50 from Corey. Happy New Year, brother. Oh, Evan, he writes. Big salutes, crowns and gems, and keep it going. $20 bill from First Last. $20 bill from First Last. God bless you, brother. And he writes with that 20, you are a hero. I deeply appreciate that, good sir, as are you. Big salutes to you both. Thank you so very much. Didn't see that we missed anybody over there. Let's see if we missed anybody over here. And I'm not seeing anybody else at the moment. I'll be moving back through to check for tags. We have over here on D Live, NRDJ. NRDJ financially gifting 2 ice cream cones of cryptocurrency on D Live. Thank you so much for that. Good brother. Appreciate it. Check one more time on Entropy. Make sure that we didn't. Yes, we do. We have Gene is over here, ladies and gentlemen. $3 financial gift from the great Gene. He says, great new year so far. More white well-being. Amen. Well said. And guess who showed up exactly as we knew he would? Dude bro moment. Good to see you, brother. Big salutes to you. Champion. Thank you all for celebrating all of the swashbuckling, the generals, and everybody financially gifting. We are the only ones that will celebrate our work for white well-being. We are silenced everywhere we go. So especially yours truly. And so it's us or it's nothing. We have to cheer each other on when we score. I'm going to be making sure that I go through and get everybody's tags. We have the lesson of the day. The mailbag is empty today in the swashbuckling mailbag, but don't worry if you send something. I will be keeping an eye out for it. But today, nothing in the mailbag to look to. I have a couple announcements. Really just, it's about the same thing. It's just so you all know, you are aware that I am the most shadow banned man on planet Earth. And I've further investigated and explored and by various means have determined. And so what you need to know, of course, you know that I and you and we, all white positivity, is shadow banned and outright banned on every platform. But setting X aside, on every other platform out there, there's just nothing that is going to permit us to operate without a shadow ban and or being banned just altogether. But even on X, and you remember when Musk took over, I said there would be a brief period where it would be kind of like Wild West. We would be able to get some attention. I certainly was suddenly able to grow again, and my growth had been capped. I complained vehemently about Twitter before Musk purchased it because I was shadow banned to the tune of the upper teen percentage of my follower count who could see my tweets. So this is how the shadow banning works. It's far more effective and complete now under Musk. But I would get like 18, 19, 22% of my followers would be able to see what I was tweeting. And I complained vehemently about that. Now it's down to 1% under Musk. So the shadow banning is far worse, is far more burdensome under Musk. That's the reality. And the Orwellian policy of speech without reach. So you can speak, but we won't let anybody hear you. That's as anti-white as it gets. So come to find out, according to the AI, and remember, you got to be careful talking with AI. You cannot have a conversation where you say anything other than talking like a robot, because the AI is designed to pick up on those little human signals and then take it in a direction to satisfy whatever it is that you seem to want to believe. So I'm very careful about that. I'm not trying to get an answer that the AI thinks I want to believe. I need the facts and only the facts, ma'am. And so come to find out that I am under the severest shadow banning possible on X. Now, the problem for me is not the same as it is for you. You can be under shadow banning, and to various degrees, you're likely to be under shadow banning. But that's not as harmful for you as a swashbuckler as it is for me, a content creator, because you don't need a large audience to communicate and promulgate the concepts and lexicon. The strategy of getting under the comments of big content creators works extremely effectively. Getting there quickly, getting under there with powerful memes and powerful, pithy statements so that people who go to the tweets, they see them and they imbibe them. That's the purpose of swashbuckling. That's the power of swashbuckling. Now, over time, if your account gets to a point where your shadow banning is severe enough that even though you get under a newly minted, or you're getting under newly minted tweets by big content creators, and you might be, in the first 10 or whatever it is, but you're not getting any views, well, then you're going to have to create another account. You will not have the same problem that I now have. So you'll be able to start a new account and start communicating the concepts, the memes, etc. again. And of course, we'll watch this over time and we'll see how burdensome it becomes. Now, for me, as a content creator, it's a much bigger knife in the heart, because 99.9% of people and more determine value by follower count. So they're not looking for the evidence of successes, sadly. They're not looking for testimonials. They're literally just looking at the number, how many followers, and then determining if there is something of value there. So 34,000 is where my follower count is at. It will continue to slowly, very slowly creep, but it will never be big. It will never warrant a follow by the follow count. That's the problem. A couple of things I wanted to mention. The problem for me that cannot be remedied. I'll tell you why. It's just the reality that we have to deal with. Many of you have noticed that you can give a like to my content or a retweet, and then it disappears. That's not a glitch. That is part of the shadow banning, according to the AI. They remove the engagement. It can happen hours later. It can happen days later. So you're not going crazy when you look and you're like, I gave it a like and I gave it a retweet, and now it says no like, no retweet. X did that. X went behind you, the algorithm did, and removed the engagement. So just give it a like and a retweet again. You could click the notify me bell on my X account. Regrettably, though, since I'm under the severest shadow banning on X, that still doesn't guarantee that you'll get my tweets. So you need to, according to the AI, even in cases where people have selected the bell and notify me for all of this content creator's tweets, the algorithm will still reduce engagement. So you'll get some, but you won't get all. After I put my tweet that I put a lot of money behind to get seen, I had people showing up saying, never seen, followed you in January 25, didn't see a single tweet from you since then. January 26. So a year later. This is, according to the AI, exactly how the shadow banning operates. For you, this is important to understand that if you like and retweet me, it does not harm your visibility. If I like and retweet you, it does not harm your account's visibility. That's something that, according to the AI, X has not interfered with, because they want shares. They want likes, they want shares, they want interaction. So they're not going to harm an account and an account's visibility on the basis of the people that, or the person or the account that you liked or retweeted. That was the kind of thing, if you recall, that happened under Twitter and happened in some other platforms as well, where if you gave somebody a like that the anti-whites at Twitter didn't like, then that could harm your account. Not so under X. So you're safe to like and retweet me. You're safe if I like and retweet you. This is and this is the important thing, this is a person shadow banning. It is the shadow banning of my person, not just the account. So even though Elon brings back degenerates like Little Nicky and allows other degenerates to come back onto the platform and etc. And their person is not banned or shadow banned. I, as Jason, am shadow banned for life from X. So in other words, the AI did not like saying that it is a shadow banning of a person, because that's ugly waters, I guess, for X, and for that to be eventually public. So instead, though, it's the same thing. They use the same sort of sweet talk, misleading talk, anti-white talk as freedom of speech, but not reach. What they say here is, Jason, you are totally free to make another account. But if X figures out that you are the guy from that account, because you're under the severest shadow banning, the new account will inherit, the exact word that AI used, will inherit that same level of shadow banning from my current account. So I would have to be under a different device, on a VPN. I would have to have a different behavioral use of the account. I couldn't tweet the exact same, I couldn't post the exact same things, and I would be starting from scratch. And even under those circumstances, if my behavior began to look too much like this account, X could still figure out or conclude, same guy, inherit the shadow banning. So it's important to understand for you all that when it comes to swashbuckling, even with the shadow banning out there, which is in full force across X, you're able to promulgate the ideas. Your account that you're using that for is still able to succeed gloriously for white well-being. My account, however, is not, because what I need is a large following for the vast majority of people to conclude that I have value. And I'm sorry, I just can't do that for the effort, for the cause, for the work that we're doing. It just can't happen. It's impossible. I am the most shadow banned man in the world. AI said that part of the reason, or some of the reason, as we explored, is that the length of time that my account has been had a unanimity of purpose. I have been white positive from the very get-go, and I incurred a lot of reports and things like this that weren't enough to ban me from X or Twitter at that time, that weren't enough to ban me, that weren't enough to take my account away, that weren't enough to temporarily ban me, etc. But it was enough for these to be lodged up in the background. And that when Musk took over, that information just carried right on over and then was used by Musk's X algorithm to determine my social score. And X has a couple of names for this that they use in the background for your social score. And mine apparently is like flat 0 or negative or whatever it is, because of the reports that have been lodged against me, that although never TOS violations and warranting silencing me or temporary ban or etc., have lowered that social score. So we effectively have on X a social score just like China by way of Elon Musk. And so what's the problem? Is the advocacy, for me, is the advocacy for white people and the arresting of our victimization. That focus on our people is the threat to the system. They don't want this to reach the masses. You can see that they push anti-Jew stuff. They push anti-Black stuff. Content creators in those circles regularly get more views than they have followers. They push these things to them because this is detrimental. It's obviously detrimental to white people and our well-being, arresting our victimization. This is obviously something that Elon Musk has had to agree to, because it would seem that he's making statements. He said no white guilt. He said he's spoken out now against anti-white behaviors, anti-whiteism. He's got etc. So it seems like personally, he feels like he objects to the anti-whiteism in the world, but to protect his many assets, not just X, from the government and the numerous ways that the government can impinge and undermine a business, he has had to agree to this because this is what the algorithm pushes as the basis for radical deboosting. So maybe every now and again with your account, post flowers, post a painting by one of our greats. Over time, though, it's ultimately, if I were in the position of my contribution being swashbuckling in the accounts of others as soon as they tweet and things like this, I would just look at my accounts like a deck of cards. I would just ride that bitch until it wasn't producing because of the shadow banning slowly creeping up on me. Then I would just make a new account because I know that I don't have to have a new device and VPN, and I don't got to do all of these different kinds of things, since the level of shadow banning isn't high enough for my new account to inherit the shadow banning. You have to work really hard since 2017 and having a consistent position, white positive position, for the algorithm to finally say, no one will ever hear you. So yeah, also when they remove, as part of the shadow banning, when they remove your retweet and your like, that does come off of my numbers on my tweets. So it's all about reducing engagement, preventing people from finding out about me. Oh, another thing that's important, it wouldn't matter if I went out and got 1 million followers from some other thing. Let's say Donald Trump decides he's going to have me drive on over to the White House, and he's going to say, you know what, I've been listening to this guy. I've read his tweets. I think he's really brilliant. And we do need to stop this anti-whiteism, just like any other form of discrimination across the West. And he should have credit for that, he and his community. And all of a sudden, 1 million people follow me on X because of it. None of them would ever see my tweets again. They would forget I exist. There would be a moment of, awesome, found this guy, and then they would never hear from me again. They'd have to physically come to my account to see when I'm tweeting. And that's all part of the shadow banning. So really, no way around it. Like I said, the only option for me as a content creator is to start another account that's not me, with a brand new device, because every device has a fingerprint, with a VPN that never screws up, and to have different posting habits, when and how often and how many together and all of that, completely different, and times, and post a bunch of other stuff as well, and start from 0 followers. So not an option for me. It's important for this community to know, because you might look at my follower count and think, well, one of these days we'll get Jason's follower count up to whatever, and then all of these other people will be able to heed and believe that he has something of value. No, it's never happening. Ever. So the algorithm would literally have to be rewritten to permit white positivity without white negativity. And I don't see that on the horizon as a possibility. It's a shame, but it is where we are, and we just have to accept the lay of the land, as frustrating and irritating and infuriating and unfair it is. That's the reality. So I wish I could do better for everybody. I wish I could do better and be your content creator that you are able to say, hey, you know what? You should listen to this guy I listen to. He's got 500,000 followers. And then they would immediately be convinced. They would immediately be convinced. But I am sorry, it is beyond my control. Let me see your tags. We're going to get into our lesson of the day. And remember, tag me as No White Guilt. My mouth is dry. Lunder Down Under is here. Good to see you, brother. Sean is here. Full White Wellbeing is in the house. We have the great Shannon Oliver has financially gifted, ladies and gentlemen, a $10 bill. God bless you, Shannon. $10. And it says, with those beautiful $10, White Wellbeing. Thank you, good sir. Man is having a hell of a week. Starting the year off right. Where will you be? Week number 2. The first full week in 2026. Are you going to set fire to the world with your swashbuckling? Corn Pops is here. Hello and welcome. Having a check here for any of your tags we're going to be getting into. You've just been called a racist. Now what? By an account called Basic Logic. Looks like it has 25,000 subscribers. And the video has over 52,000 views. Sad. Jerome V is in the house. Good to see a champion. Azimuth Clark. Welcome, welcome. Craig is here. Gene is over here. Arden Party is here. Good to see you, brother. Arden Party says he invites everybody to come over to Rhetorically Defective and sub and pop in and chat when they have the chance and say hey to the a-hole moderator team, which is Arden Party. Greg is here. Helio Sabbath says, what platform? To be on the honors roll call, you could use, the best one is Subscribe Star. So if you look down into the description, you'll see that available to you. That's the best one. That's the most reliable. Gumroad is another option, a little bit less reliable because they keep banning me and then I fight them and they let me come back. Dude Bro Moment is in the live chat. Goofus is here. There's the great biospirit of the West. All right. Oh, let me turn around here. I've heard that hackers have a way of using or initiating special prompts that will get around the basic programming On X, you mean? Well, I mean, they're playing dirty. So they could reach out to me. What is this? Creator for your lies, I think it says. Did you respond to the call to racist? Nope, getting ready to do that now. Good to see you and USS Liberty on a Premium Rumble. Westergon 007. Good to see you all. Looking for tags for me. Lively conversation. A lot of conversation over there. All right. Didn't miss any other tags elsewhere. So let's get into this. How to respond to being called a racist. Now, we settled this. I created several videos, short ones too. Didn't get this kind of viewage, but they work a lot better. Let's see what this guy has to say, though. He's going to throw his 2 cents in.
You're racist. The accusation lands not as a critique, but as a verdict. This is the...
Can you hear that? Okay. Let me check the Western United celebrating, everybody being celebrated. Well done. What a champion. Coming here like a Superman. Undercover Caper says, reposted the stream. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And says the cracks are showing in the narrative. Great Clean One also reposting. And a big thank you to everybody who reposted, whom for whatever reason X is not telling me. Daughter of Eve is in the house. Good to see a Daughter of Eve. The atrocities in Cologne were the most horrid mass assaults in post-war history. Monstrous. And it's a consequence of the white erasure of our norms. And that was able to be facilitated because we don't have a people. A people as defined as individual well-being by way of group well-being. The media was silent on New Year's mass assaults. Yes, precisely. Well said. Thank you for chiming in. Benjamin reposted the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Otherwise, trust me, no one will know. I just wanted to let you know that I've known about you since your co-host days with Mark. At first, I was turned off by you saying anti-white. But over time, I grew to understand it, says Julian. Well, thank you so very much. See, that socio-political maturing process works for the best of us, not for all of us, I'm afraid. Yeah, it strikes people who have been conditioned to focus on other groups instead of ourselves as discordant. You're like, why aren't you saying blacks? Why aren't you trying to protect blacks by talking about our well-being? Like, how does that make sense? So the people who can mature sociopolitically say to themselves, it ruminates, and then they're like, well, wait a second. Wait a second. It's far worse to be anti-white than to be black. It's far worse to be anti-white than to be Jewish. The worst thing there could be is somebody who's anti-us. And then all of the other realizations kick in. Innocent people of this, contributors, people who stand with us, the way that the arguments and conversations will land on our friends, family, and strangers when we talk about these things. On and on. It all kicks in for the best of us. For the worst of us, no. I'm afraid to say. Thank you for sharing that, Julian. Big salute to you. Big salute. True, real, based. Remember to tag me as @, no white guilt, no spaces. Would if we organize mass spam, says Henry, mass spam Elon's post with memes to really hammer home the message to him. Maybe he'll change the algorithm to favor white positivity if we pressure him. Well, see, that is ultimately the question is, can he change the algorithm? If he were to allow white positivity on X, would that be breaking some sort of agreement he has with the government? I'm sure people in the government, certainly anti-whites, but maybe even folks that are not necessarily radically anti-white, or they consider or speculate the possibility of a population of white people saying enough is enough as potentially problematic. So, might we see this shadow banning on white positivity continue indefinitely while Musk maybe slowly ramps up his own position of being opposed to anti-whiteism and our victimization on the basis of our birth? That's entirely possible. And people will say, I don't get it. Why can't you? They might even come to the erroneous conclusion that people are allowed to be white positive on his platform. But we are not. I am the center of white positivity, and I am the most shadow banned man on earth, on X. So, no, we can continue to swash on him and empower him with these concepts. Him saying these concepts will legitimize them. Him saying these concepts will empower our people. We can do that. Samuski says, this is the point at which we should be able to spread the lexicon without the internet. Yeah, I mean, I wish when I was having these conversations, and I got to get to this so we can wrap up with the AI, though. I mean, my mind went back to how we did things in the past and before the internet. All those networks are dead and gone. And even when they were robust for those networks, they were tenuous as all hell. It was very difficult to communicate anything to the population. Very difficult. So it's a huge problem. Brian is here. Sean says, you, sir, are not defeated. Your followers are not defeated. No, we're not defeated. You're right. 100%. We just have to be, aware of the reality of the battlefield and then plot our course through it appropriately. That means each and every one of you is going to have, or potentially have to have a answer for people who say, well, if he's got so much good to say, why does he only have 34,000 followers? Why is he only 21,000 on YouTube? If he has so much good to say, look how long he's been on YouTube. Look how long he's been on X. Got to be ready to talk to them about the shadow banning of white positivity. Gladiator says, word of mouth is the best, the most beneficial method when starting a successful business or any type of gathering. Yes. And that's really what we're left with. All right, let's dig into this. I assume you all heard it or you would have been freaking out, no sound. So he says, let's start it over.
The accusation lands not as a critique, but as a verdict. This is the moment the entire debate was engineered to produce. You are simply sharing your thoughts on border policy.
Okay. You're simply sharing your thoughts on border policy. Now, as I recall, I just very briefly watched this, zip through it. This is really a cuck approach from the gay froglets, the Claudine gay froglets, Fuentes followers. And I'm going to guess that this guy is a huge, just based on what I heard, I was working at the same time, but based on what I heard, a huge Fuentes follower. So you're making your argument on border policy,
crime statistics, etc.
Crime statistics. So crime statistics, you shouldn't be talking about crime statistics. I could take the role of the anti-white and obliterate the crime statistics, but let's see. Actually, I don't even really recall what he says.
And you were careful with your words. You censored yourself to keep any suspicion of racism out of your arguments.
Okay, you're careful with your words to keep any suspicion. No, if you speak out against anything that's anti-white, you are, ipso facto, heretical to anti-whiteism. It doesn't matter what your excuses are. It doesn't matter that you have the crime stats. It doesn't matter that you have the DNA, IQ information. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. What you think happened in history, none of it matters. If you are heretical to anti-whiteism, immediately you are classified as all of the synonyms of evil. And the principal and most powerful one is racist.
But it wasn't enough. The leftist just played his trump card, and now it's your turn to answer. You might be wondering, how did this happen? You craft.
So I just told you how it happened, why it happens. So he says, you might be wondering how it happened. You craft this argument.
Did your argument with the precision of a surgeon. You threw in disclaimers and clarifications like...
Yeah, you threw in disclaimers and clarifications. Remember, we talk about here in the Go Free Practice, the moment you hear somebody using disclaimers and clarifications, you know that they're white guilted. You know they're anti-white. You know what? That they are having the conversation inside the anti-white narrative. What they're saying is, I understand and I also obey and acknowledge this anti-white moral metric for society. But wait, I understand it. I agree with it. I measure my own morality by it. And I'm high on the morality on that metric in most cases. In this case, though, I have a good reason to not be high on that moral metric. But make no mistake, I am fully on board otherwise. So what you've done by being in their narrative is you've already lost the game. It doesn't matter how many clarifications or disclaimers or your wife is black, or it doesn't matter. If you're heretical, that's how we get non-white people who can be called racists in favor of whites. We can have black people called white supremacists. That's how it happens. All the synonyms of evil and therefore immoral inside the anti-white narrative.
You were doing a cleansing ritual before entering the Holy of Holies. You threw in disclaimers and clarifications like you were doing a cleansing ritual before entering the Holy of Holies. You made sure to cite only cold, hard data in the...
Okay, there you. It even says IQ here. So you're citing cold, hard data as though the God data descends from on high and says, well, this person is right despite your morality. Right? That doesn't happen.
The most generous way possible. Clarified you were talking only cold, hard data in the most generous way possible. Clarified you were talking about averages, not individuals.
Clarified, you're talking about averages and not individuals. Wow.
And yet here we are, with you being accused of being racist, or misogynist, or some other thing that ends in ist.
It's all just synonyms of evil in the anti-white narrative.
There are several moves you can make here. Option...
Oh, I can't wait to hear. Option 1. So glad I get to be schooled.
1. No, I'm not. You tried...
No, I'm not.
To defend yourself. You appeal to colorblindness, to meritocracy, to your good intentions, to your best friend Tyrone. But it's a trap. You're playing by their rules on...
Yeah, and you are playing by their rules as well.
They're bored. They simply redefine racist to include your colorblindness. They'll demand you be anti-racist. They'll talk about your invisible, unfalsifiable prejudices.
Yes, you have to be anti-white. That's what they're demanding. And this guy is accurately pointing out that the definition of racist is always a white person, and it's always a denial of our advocacy for our well-being. And since those are its objectives, it can be amorphous, it can be protean, it can take any shape it needs to take in any moment to achieve that outcome.
You're racist just by existing. You're not proving your innocence.
Oh, that's funny. Stumbling. Instead of Deus ex machina, he said data ex machina. Yes. Well said. Data ex machina. That's what they think it is.
You're begging a priest of their religion for absolution, and you won't get it. Option 2.
Okay. So he says option 1 won't work. Gotcha.
No, you're the real racist. You counterattack. You point out their obsession of...
Yeah. So you take their concept and you think you can wield it against them, which of course you can't. This is both of those, option 1 and 2, are both typical cuck moves on the chessboard of life. When you use their concepts, you legitimize their ideology.
Phrase. The racism of low expectations.
Oh God, that's a sick one. The racism of low expectations. I feel like whenever I hear that from a cuck, I feel like bitch slapping them.
You point out their obsession of race, the racism of low expectations, the blatant prejudice in their own ideology, their de facto racial caste system. Slightly better, but it's still a trap.
No, it's not any better at all. Both are inside the anti-white narrative. Both derive the same outcome. There's no better or worse between the two.
You're just arguing over words, and they own the dictionary. Already.
Now that's true. They own the dictionary. They own the concepts. Greg says, well said. Thank you, sir. Marlene is here. Good to see you.
The terms are redefined. Racism is prejudice plus power, they say. At best, you might win the skirmish here with your facts and logic. But their control over...
You do not win anything.
Institutions will shape the minds of future spectators. Your words will be reinterpreted, and you will lose the culture war. Here's the issue.
Now imagine what he's pointing out there, that after the conversation, they will reinterpret what you're saying. Could you do that with the lexicon and dialectics of Go Free? No. Imagine one of our advocates wielding the lexicon against an anti-white. Then they go back and review it. They're not going to share that with anybody because it undermines their positions. It takes them out of their own narrative.
Defending or countering the racism allegation, you're giving that label legitimacy. You're conceding that if that label sticks, you've lost the argument. So if defending doesn't work, and you...
Yes. Well, he's right about that. So he's limping along here.
Can't counterattack. What's left?
Wait. You can't counterattack?
You've lost the argument. So if defending doesn't work, and you can't counterattack, what's left?
Yeah. You absolutely can counterattack. You counterattack with the lexical and dialectal armory of Go Free, and you crush them, as I've been doing since I was a youth. That's absolutely what you do. You go at them on the offense with the lexical and dialectal armory of Go Free. You call them out as anti-white for using racist. Now you make the conversation about how they're anti-white for using a weaponized anti-white concept that denies white people the right of well-being, that defines our well-being as immoral, and they're using it, makes them anti-white. So let's see, he says you can't counterattack or go on the offensive. So what's he going to recommend?
Option 3. Call me what you want, but am I right?
Oh, look. It's like a bodybuilder. You know, none of the guys who follow Lil Nicky. Is he a Nicky follower? Well, you know, none of them look like that. He said something. Hold on. This is what I thought I heard when I was
And
working.
you can't counterattack. What's left? Option 3. Call me what you want, but am I right?
That's it. That's what I heard. No. Call me what you want. I don't, whatever it is you want to call it, just go ahead and call me. But am I right? What do you think the anti-white's going to say? As though, again, data ex machina is going to descend from on high and say, he is right. No. The anti-white's going to deny your data. Is going to claim that your data has been falsified. It's been made by white people. The testing itself is skewed to help and benefit and make white people look good and make non-white people look bad. Then the anti-white is going to list a whole slew of data that say the exact opposite. Then the anti-white's going to have a conversation with you about how if there are non-whites who are performing badly on IQ tests or committing more of these different types of crimes, it's because of white people and the conditions that they create for them, that they impose on them, the unjust, unfair treatment that is forced upon them. And then if it's a conversation also about crime, the anti-white is going to wield the fallacy of white people commit crime too.
You tank their most powerful piece and don't concede. Because the truth is, the label is meaningless. Buzzwords like racist.
The label is meaningless. Get confirmed to be a racist at work and you're gone. At school and you're gone. Your friend group probably lost your friend group.
Fascist, misogynist, etc. They've been so overused, they don't mean anything anymore.
Now, I heard that over 25 years ago. These words have been so overused, they don't mean anything. How many people have been fired? How many people lost families and loved ones and etc. for these words that haven't meaned anything since at least 25 years ago? I've been hearing people make the argument. They make the argument because it's a wish. It's like the same thing when you some of these tards out there say that white guilt is dead. It's a wish. So because they don't want to have to deal with the reality. So this guy's just committed some huge errors.
Sticks. You've lost the argument. So if defending doesn't work and you can't counterattack, what's left? Option 3. Call me what you want, but am I right? You tank their most powerful piece and don't concede. Because the truth is, the label is meaningless. Buzzwords like racist.
So he just said in one breath two completely different things. That you defeat their argument that you're a racist or a fascist or whatever by just claiming, am I right, which they're going to deny. And then at the same time says that the words don't even mean anything anyhow. So why would you have to defeat them if they don't mean anything? Why would you have to use this response if these concepts, racist and etc., don't mean anything to anybody? As soon as an anti-white wielded them upon you, it would fall flat. But you know it doesn't fall flat. You know it's still effective and strong.
Fascist, misogynist, etc. They've been so overused, they don't mean anything anymore.
You're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I did not see that. He has a Fuentes like God ghost up in the corner here. And that was after Pierce broke him down and shattered his new grift. Because he starts that interview off saying he's not a racist. His family are not racist. He says it several times. Says his boyhood friend was black. Says his best friend right now is a Jew. And his right-hand man is a Jew. He's saying all these things at the beginning of this interview with Pierce. And Pierce keeps going after him. And finally, Fuentes breaks down and loses and then gives Pierce exactly what he wanted.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist.
Calling something racist doesn't make it untrue. The only labels that matter are true and false.
No. Where is the God that descends and says that the only label... This is happening in this guy's imagination, not in the real world. He's not taking the real world into consideration here. The only labels that matter are true. At what family dinner did that happen? At what work meeting did that happen? Where has that ever happened?
So force them to play that game. Sure, you can call me racist, but are the crime statistics wrong? How is math?
Sure, you could call me a pedophile, but am I wrong? Yeah, you are wrong, pedophile.
Has immigration working out for you? Moral accusations are not rebuttals. They're a way to avoid...
Moral accusations dominate everything. Yeah, but don't come to this guy. Go to 57,000 or whatever and get your tips from him. I'm sure he's been involved for at least 2.5 years.
Avoid one. For decades, conservatives treated these labels as an ontological kryptonite. They were raised to believe that to be called a racist was to be morally annihilated. But that fear granted the accusation its power. Your generation is different.
No, this notion that it was just our fear, it was just internalized, and therefore we were scared and capitulated to it, is absurd. People's whole lives were ruined. What are you talking about? This is exogenous. People's whole lives have been ruined. Lives lost, ability to work in your career that you've been trained. This idea that, well, we were just scared of the word and that's what gave it its... That's not how it works at all.
You've been called a racist for wanting a secure border, a fascist for loving your country, a bigot for believing in biology. You've been immunized by overexposure. The label is fatigued. From now, prophets don't get to say, trust me. Every major religion...
I guess I jumped to his next video, but that was the end of it anyhow. The label is not exhausting.
Every morning when the rooster crows, I put on these work boots, hit the road. My daddy taught me about an honest day, standing tall the American way. Been working since I was 17, got calluses to tell where I've been. Built this life with my own 2 hands, just trying to...
Give it up for Foster, who made this song.
Some folks point fingers from up high, tell me I should hang my head and cry for things I never did or said, for passing other people led. Who said I gotta carry somebody else's way? Who wrote that story? Who sealed that fate? I'm just living my life the best I can, working hard, being who I am. Tell me, why should I apologize for writing my own chapter, living my own life? My granddaddy worked the railroads here, raised 7 kids through the lean years. Mama taught in a one-room school, lived by that.
Well, it was an epic gathering today, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you all. Craig says otherwise. No, not everything is considered to be the R word. The only basis that everything can be considered R word is due to nothing being anti-white enough. The Godfather says the video maker is a moron. Craig says, when the white positive lexicon of mindset, I have saved jobs. Listen to what Craig wrote. with the white positive lexicon and mindset, I have saved jobs. I have had and saved other people from losing their jobs too. While these cucks are getting people fired from their jobs. Big salutes to Craig. Thank you for that testimonial. Big salute. Your godfather saying you can't win within the anti-white narrative. You have to step out of it. So true.
Just living our life.
Totally epic tune from Raymond Foster, creator for your lies, says the comments under that video are even worse. Maybe I'll have to take a look at those when we get together next time to see the kind of garbage that they wrote. Yeah, do not respond this way. This is a surefire way to continue losing. If you're going to look to Fuentes at all for guidance on how to respond to anything that's anti-white, you're going to lose. You're going to fail. That's not what he's doing. He's a taboo grifter enriching himself. This past week, he decided that all the problems in the world are the cause of women and the gynocentric society. You see how he jumps from one taboo to the next? He just keeps rotating taboos and attacking them, blaming them for everything, and then saying you have to follow him to remedy the ill. That's all this guy is a clown taboo grifter. He just proves it again and again and again and again. So don't follow anything that Fuentes has recommended. It's not going to work. So this poor fellow here from Basic Logic, I'm afraid, has a lot to learn. He can learn. I hope he will. I hope he'll decide to take up the lexicon. And you know what? Give credit where credit is due. We need more people to come here. You're not going to be able to just, most people who grab this or that concept or whatever, if they know about us, they know about me. It's really incumbent upon them to tell people. It's incumbent upon you all, as Craig just did, to give these magnificent testimonials, because we're not going to be pushed on X or any other platform. We're going to be hidden. That's the reality of it, especially yours truly. So it's a beyond an insult and an indignity to be this shadow banned and then have white brothers and sisters out there in the world who refuse to acknowledge the source, this community, of where this stuff is coming from, that we are the ones who have it right. You know, the kind of indignity that I could potentially expect from a Basic Logic is maybe in the future, he decides, well, you step out of the narrative and then you do, and he repeats what we say. And then he shows a video of Fuentes, not doing that. Maybe even a video of Fuentes using anti-whiteism. Wouldn't that be an indignity for me and all of you? You're not going to be able to say to an anti-white or vague, the people we need to persuade to come over to white well-being to start using the 6 key concepts in their lives. You're not going to be able to say to them, go ahead and call me racist, pedophile, Nazi, wanting to kill millions of non-white people. But am I wrong? That's not an answer. Are you serious? This has growing on 60,000 views. And that's the answer. But am I wrong? Needless to say, that's not the first time but am I wrong that's just an appeal to the data. It's what Jared Taylor and so many others have done over the years. Is the data wrong? The anti-whites say, yes, it is. And I told you all of the ways that they would say that. I could destroy all of these so-called pro-white activists playing the role of an anti-white like that. They don't want to use Go Free? Well, then I could obliterate them playing the role of an anti-white. This year is going to be epic for us. We know the lay of the land. We see what's happening. We see the deboosting. But yet What we are doing is working, and it will continue working in people's lives. It'll continue working miracles. And as more and more of our people start talking about our well-being and ending our victimization from the perspective of individual well-being by way of group well-being, the spirit of the West will speak louder and louder through every single one of us. And then that's when true magic happens. It's been another glorious Sunday gathering, Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Look to the day when you don't only hear the whisper of the spirit of the West inside in each and every one of you, but it's felt upon the world as we act as a people. God bless you all. I love you. Let's go free.